Wow. Mr. Val, how did you beat me? That's unbelievable. Okay, so there's only two of you here, three of you here. But I'll tell you, I thought I'd play a game and then I'll probably go over one of the hate mails. Then I'll tell you about a couple crybabies who were having a jealous fit, so they're upset. Anyway, we'll have fun. Yeah, fast twitch. No, the thing is, I have the phone in my hand. I hit the start on the computer. This is for Mr. Val. I hit start on the computer, and then I go on the phone and hit start, and you still beat me there. So, oh boy. Mr. Ray, how you doing? Hey, you know, it says 1868. You weren't really born that year, were you? Yuhaba. You, whatever it says. Val, Thanksgiving was awesome. Matter of fact, we're still eating the food here now. We went to the store, and there were two different turkeys. There was a butterball, and another one. And the other one's really good too. And probably the butterball sets the standard. But we were wondering how good they were, so we ended up getting them both. Somewhere around that time. Barbary, yes sir, we are live again. So, yeah, for those of you guys who didn't see the video, the hate mail with Billy Mitchell, uh, I will. I'll go over one of them. It's it's fun to laugh. What can I tell you? What is my favorite pie? Probably pecan pie with hot sauce. So then I want to get a killer score. Because if I get a killer score, I'm going to give away this thing. Remember this thing that has the label upside down? Wow. Okay, so Barberry says, still, Retro says still using hot sauce on almost every dish. I agree. Live events. There's a live event this month in October. So, one of the major league crybabies, major league, is sending emails, contacting the event, crying about the fact that I'm going to be there. I'm going to get those emails eventually, and I'll probably share them with you guys. And then there's another guy. Wow. The ultimate Atlanta. Man, I love going to Atlanta. Let me see if I can find this here for you. If I go here, here, here. See, like, here's a picture of me and Pac-Man together. This event was in Orlando. It's just side by side. It's a thumbs up. Goes great. Well, off of the Wikipedia page, the event was advertising that I was going to be there, and they're using this shot. Well, this shot, the guy who says he owns the photo, okay, you can't even see Pac-Man next to me because it got cut off, is used by Wikipedia. And what does he do? Is he contacts the event and says, don't use my picture. I own that. So anyway, I sent that to my attorney, and my attorney prepared a letter. It says, you were granted access specifically to photograph at the Icon event in Iowa on the event's behalf. Your images fall under implied license for promotional use by the event and its featured talent. That's me, by the way. That license is irrevocable and has been relied upon for years. Additionally, my right to publicity prevents you from restricting my use of my own likeness. I'll continue to use the images. So, anyway, see, these things happen. People become unhappy and they decide they want to play crybaby. And I feel really bad for that. I feel like really bad for that jerk because he used to be relatively normal. But, you know, his wife left him. He had a very, very bad tragedy recently in his life that I would never wish upon anybody. So I thought he was past being dopey. But with the help of the first guy, the first crybaby I discussed, he seems to be staying in the dopey zone. What do we got? Sounds like they're afraid of greatness. Arkamat, thank you very kindly, sir. Some people are just jealous. Yeah, as one great senator once said, life is hard enough. It's just a whole lot harder when you're stupid. And see, now I'm going to hit this. I'm going to hit play. And then Concert Cruiser's going to call. He's going to want to chime in and join, which is fine and very appreciated, by the way. It's just, then I cannot easily mess with the controls. I have to start playing because I have to start practicing because I have events lined up. And I have to have fun there. And the same goes for the Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man. Alright, let's go here. Let's see what happens. So, the idea is to play one game and then have some fun with the hate mail. Ooh, I gotta tell you guys, I went to Todd's wedding. Todd and his girl finally got married. You should have been there. I'll tell you about it shortly. He actually pulled up in a dragster. How about that? Somebody. Somebody said it's been a while. Yes. I was supposed to stream. I missed. I had a family emergency. I missed again. There were 2 misses. And then last night I was going to get started so late. I finally just told Mr. Concert Cruiser yo, damn, I got to get him on the phone. Let's see if I can get this call done. Boom, there he is. Whew.
Am I live?
Hello, sir.
Good evening, fellow gamers. This is the Concert Cruiser here, coming to you live over the phone. I was to leave you, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century, taking on Donkey Kong.
So anyway, it's my first start. We'll see what happens here. But since I'm trying to chase you down on the phone, um, I got lost in the comments. I'm probably about 10 comments behind.
Okay, so let's see here. Now everybody can hear me?
Unfortunately, everybody can hear you. They may sign off in protest, but...
Well, they may sign off now when they hear this. Hello, you absolute legends. Call Jobs here, victor of the world's fastest bankruptcy ever. Now, let me tell you something. If you want to get yourself a girl as good as I do, all you have to do is follow these 10 easy steps. And when all else fails, just get yourself a Merrill little bride. That's right. Now, please enjoy my Vegemite servings. I can I wanted to do that for a while.
Okay. Uncle Will, how about that one? Oh boy.
Uncle Will, you said?
So I'm telling people that I want to tell them about Todd's wedding. It was really cool.
Yes, you mentioned something about a dragster there.
Yeah. So I don't know. What can I say? I think the wheels came off of Todd.
But the bigger question though, was the ceremony as fast as his record?
Yeah. Well, when he pulled up in the dragster, I would say from the time you first saw it, it was probably about 5.5 seconds.
Now let's just hope the marriage lasts longer than that. Let's see here. Now we got a comment here from Yuha88 Yuha. Interesting. Anyway, Billy, you are the Trump of video games. You never stop winning.
Well, thank you very kindly, sir. I appreciate the fact that you've taken notice. There are great players. There are. And unfortunately, there's a lot of guys that, well, they're just there to complain. But that's okay.
Yeah, follow up. Barberry says, sounds like they're just afraid of greatness.
I like that.
I get that feeling too, because to be quite honest, I mean, like, I get people with, like, fame and recognition, but this is not the way to go about it. Let's see, let's keep going here.
This Pie Factory is a big zero.
Let's see here. Jedediah McSwag says, it's been a while since you had a live, right? In a live stream.
Well, it's been a while since I had a dead, too.
Yes, but you actually haven't streamed in a while. Where have you been?
Yeah, well, I had a family emergency on one. The other one, I came back from out of town, and I got here late. And as a matter of fact, yesterday, I was going to stream, and it would have started later, so we just sort of decided we'd do a surprise stream today.
Let's see here. Owl Creek wants to know, can I call you Uncle Will?
Well, you know what they say, where there's a will... Excuse me, somebody want to finish that? Where there's a will?
There's a way.
Nope. Where there's a
There's
will...
a lawsuit.
Where there's a will, there's relatives.
Yes, this is very true.
J.D. McSwag, King Billy, hey King Billum.
William.
I ordered some Phantasma sauce. You are appreciated, sir. The fact that you ordered the sauce especially, and also your donation here. So thank you very kindly. Where's he actually from? I always have a level of curiosity where people are from.
Yes, Jedediah McSwag, can you tell us where you're from, please?
From the next galaxy.
Let's see here. Sky Gray says, nice to see and master at work.
I appreciate it very much. You know, I was going to stream last night, and I had my new tie that was a gift. I had some gifts show up in the mail. And, well, I wanted to show them. But, we'll see.
Let's see here. Jedekai Springfield says, "Good evening, everyone. Does anyone know what's the best thing that Phantasma Sauce goes on?"
The best thing Phantasma Sauce goes on, to me, is anything meat related. Now we're going to be coming out with the Kino Casino sauce soon, which will be awesome. And then Nicholas Diorio, which might be even more awesome.
Let's see here. The Owl Creek says, how would King Bill do at Mario Kart?
Probably not as good as you, but
let's see here. Telecaster 6564 says, "Need some artwork on that wall?"
oh yeah. Oh, remind me. I gotta show you guys a present I got for the wall, and I promised the guy that I was gonna put it on the wall, and I didn't because I just died. See, you distracted me, but that's okay. It's the interaction with the people that's far more important than the gameplay. I'm gonna keep playing.
Let's see here. We got Justin Condon who says, "Hey Billy, any comments on your experience with AEW? Thanks, champ."
Yeah, well, let me say this. My comments with AEW are so positive. I would like to work with them again soon.
Well, I know of a certain indie wrestling league that'd like to work with you, called Veteran Pro Wrestling, where everyone on the roster has served in some form or fashion. Alright, let's see here. Now, you talked earlier about an event you have coming this month, right?
Yeah, so the event is called Holiday Matsui. It's December 19, 20, and 21 in Orlando at the Orange Beach Convention Center. And I gotta say, if you guys know your game players, the other guy that'll be there, who's a really, really decent guy, I did an event once before with him, is Justin Wong. He'll be there. When you talk about hardcore game players, man, he's hardcore. He's hardcore. He makes me seem like a softie. No, he's a great guy. Obviously, he plays modern games. The fighting games, I think, are his best platform. And he's just a really, really decent guy. And he'll be there, and that'll be great.
So let me go ahead and ask you this then. Now, I know you said you have no interest in playing anything modern. Now, that being said, if you were young again, at this day and age, right here, right now, would you try playing modern games?
Well, of course I would, but it would be a different world. And when I say a different world, I would have time to burn. You know, I'd be that typical kid who can sit there and play, you know, an ungodly amount of time. Just like I did to get good at arcade games. So, you know, I mean, I'm at a different point in my life right now. And if I played 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 hours a week, like I used to, I wouldn't have a house, I wouldn't have family. I wouldn't have kids. I wouldn't have a business. I wouldn't have a wife. I wouldn't have anything. So, life comes down to choices.
Do you regret any of your choices?
No. My choices brought me where I am today.
Very well said. Very well said. See here, we got a message from Pixel3DDR. Hey Billy, I'm the Billy Mitchell subscriber of the century. Got my star to my name. I hope everything is going well with you. Keep those lobsters out of here.
Well, Mr. Pixel, that's a cool message. Thank you very, very much. So
Let's see. So we got another comment here from Super Captain Chris. Work is for people who can't play video games.
yeah, do you know I first said that in 1999? So I was sitting there playing. I had just achieved the perfect Pac-Man. I think I was getting ready to go to the Classic Gaming Expo, and I was playing and doing something, and the guy who was there, I said, "Okay, I got to get going." And he says, he says, "You got to go to work," and I says, "Work is for people who can't play video games," and that's where that phrase was born.
Yes, it's right up there with facts don't care about your feelings.
Right. Yeah, well, I always tell people, I go, yeah, well, don't let the facts get in the way of your feelings. Before you came on, I quoted a very respected senator who said, life is hard. It's just a whole lot harder when you're stupid. So, it's a good point.
Yes, ask Carl.
Okay, Jedi saw me at Free Play Florida. Yeah, just so you know, man, don't give Jedi no respect. He saw me there and he muscled me out of some Phantasma sauce. All of a sudden, I had a couple less bottles because I saw him. So,
I thought you weren't at Free Play Florida this year.
I wasn't. What happened was, not as a guest or anything. A friend of mine, basically, he woke up on Saturday and he called me and he says, "Hey, let's go." And I says, "Go what?" And he says, "Go to Free Play Florida." And I said, for real? And the thing is, I was just getting ready to go see him for other reasons. I mean, I had gotten dressed and everything. And I was like getting ready to walk out the door. I got delayed 5 minutes. And then his call came, or his text came. And I tried calling him back. And I said, when I tried calling him back, he didn't answer. He sent another message. I tried calling him back. He didn't answer. My wife goes, "Are you going?" I says, "No, I think he's just messing with me because he's not answering his phone." Then the phone rang. He had just gotten out of the shower. And he wanted to go. Something to do with pinball. And I said, we'll go there. I said, we'll walk around for a little bit, say hi to a few people. I says, and then we'll go. And he said, okay. We did exactly that. And then we went out to dinner. So I was there. I walked around as a patron, not as a featured guest. But naturally 100 people saw me and came up to say hi, which was appreciated. So I said hi, and Jedi was one of them. He's kind of like he's kind of like a lawyer, you know. When you see him with a lawyer, you got to check your pockets because you know because the money will disappear out of your pocket. Well, with Jedi, it's the Phantasma sauce that disappears out of your pocket.
Say something for me, Jedi.
Anyway, that's all. But no,
yeah.
in all reality, it was really cool to see him because I hadn't seen him in a while.
Do you ever get recognized outside of video game circles?
Every single day. That's not like a statement. It happens every single day that I walk in public. It's been years. If I go out or I spend a day in public, it's not possible for it not to happen.
Now, seeing how you got your start in pinball, perhaps you can answer this for me because I've played pinball before, a lot of fun. But I noticed that at the very end of the game, when you've run out of lives, you have to, if you match some kind of number at the very end, you get a free game. What the heck is that all about? Like, how do you match that number?
Oh, you don't. It's just you have whatever number you have, and the game randomly chooses, either 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 00. And when it chooses that, if that's what you have, you get a free game. So I guess in theory, 1 out of every 10 games matches. Billy looks like a tall guy. Well, you got good eyesight, sir. I'm 6'6".
Well, technically 6'6.6". He's height of a beast.
Yeah, that's a good point. That should scare the hell out of anybody.
I mean, Carl tried to hide it, but he cried in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Now you've obviously done things with AEW, but does part of you enjoy professional wrestling?
Well, I guess I'll be insulting people when I say that no, I've never spent the time to sit and engage it and watch it. But the hard work that it takes to do it, all of those, physical and mental demands, is something that I very, very much admire. It's just like, as you know, I'm not a music guy. I mean, I'm just not. I'm the guy that puts on the AM radio. However, the amount of hard work, dedication, discipline, focus, the perseverance it takes, I have nothing but respect for that.
Let's see here. Tim Smith says Canada loves Billy Mitchell.
Oh wow! I can think of a guy or two that might argue with that, but I appreciate your kind words very much. It's funny. I'm trying to get a Canadian flag tie. I mean, I have a U.S. I have a British. I recently ordered a German one. And I wanted to get a Canadian one. And the ones I see are not good. They're kind of dopey. So.
Let's see here. Yeah, me and guys, let's see here. Lieutenant Mingus69 says, but we don't have the hot sauce in Canada.
Sure you do. It's at rickyshotsauce.com.
Yes, Billy does ship internationally, guys. Always remember.
Oh boy, I got nailed there.
Let's see here. We got a message here from PGP 101. Hey Billy, my son Josh and I say hello. You did a cameo for him 3 years ago for his high school graduation. Great to see you playing Donkey Kong.
Wow, I wish I could see that cameo again. I do. I like to go back when people say that and relook at the cameo. I have one that I have to do that I just received with the details that I just received. And one day what I'll do is I'll show you guys what it is I do, or the work I put in, or the format that I use in order to try to create a cameo.
Let's see here.
Yeah, listen to Art Bell. Yeah, I did listen to Art Bell.
Yeah, I was actually about to read off that name, that comment. I was just trying to read the guy's name.
Man, the names on here are screwy. Most of them aren't names. You'd have to be able to read it hieroglyphics in order to call it a name.
Yeah, I remember you were wondering how that, like, you said to me, like, what the heck is a Constant Cruiser? And I told you, it's like, oh, now it makes sense.
Yeah, but even that I can... Even that, I mean, I can read the word concert. I can read the word cruiser.
This is very true.
You know how you spell it with a Z?
Yes.
Well, what that reminds me of is, back when I had a pizza place, actually I had two of them, I used to spell cheese with a Z. Because it goes with the word pizza.
See, the reason why I always did is because the Z hardly gets any work. The Z takes this germ. And for those of you who got that reference, thank you very much. So I was like, give the Z some work. Let him do something. And I thought it came out, and plus it looks cool, so why not do that? Let's see here. Michael Trevor says, hey, Billy, did Pixels pay you for your likeness?
No, they didn't. We actually had a little bit of a spat. And I don't speak well of the movie because of the producers of the movie. What happened was they contacted me and they wanted some game footage, very, very high in a number of games. I mean, really high. Game footage that, the public would have just never seen at that difficult level. And they told me what they wanted. And of course the answer was, yeah, okay, I can provide you with that. Damn it, I missed it. And what happened was, the amount of money for the work was rather insulting. And so wow, watch the screen on that one.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, watch it there too, I died. The amount of... Was Seth Gordon a producer? No, he was an associate producer or producer's consultant. And so anyway, what happened was, they said to me, they just wanted to get the footage from somebody. They didn't want to have to pull it. They didn't want to pull it from the internet. They didn't want to deal with the possibility of intellectual property and that which belongs to others, which is true. And what they were offering was just plain stupid. And they ended up pulling some stuff from the internet and getting some stuff from certain players. The players they got it from were never paid for what they gave, which was outrageous. They would not have gotten away with that with me, because I would have sued the hell out of them, publicly too. And quite honestly, there was a handful of the players, a few, that were telling me about it, and I says, give me a list of what it was that was agreed upon, the players, the amounts. And I did. I said, I'll go get your money. But around the time that happened, a whole lot of other controversy happened that, you know, made me and lawyers occupied. So I was never able to do that because I just think it's wrong that the players are treated that way.
See, me, I would have done it if I could just meet Adam Sandler and have him sign something for me.
Am I gonna make another hate mail video? Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, if I get a good score here, and I'm not doing so good right now, I'm going to toy with the hate mail a little bit here.
Yeah, you should see the comments on your Holiday Matsuri announcement. Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, well, like I say, life's a whole lot harder when you're stupid.
And even then, I have to wonder, like, you like, some of you feel like you've got to be trolling me, right? Because, like, there are some people who actually believe Messiah Nakamura didn't give you that plaque. They say the picture's a fake.
Yeah, even though it was reported on by 25 different media outlets who were there, both American and Japanese. So, hold on, let me get that piece of artwork. Ugh. So anyway, Thanksgiving came early. Well, it came before Thanksgiving. And so some presents showed up. Look, I got a whole bunch of these. So and the thing is, what I usually do with stuff like this is I end up giving it away, which is not a bad thing, but people always say stuff like, "Are you going to give that away to a charity?" No, I'm not. I'm just a little sour when it comes to charities because a charity will contact me and they'll want me to do something, and naturally they want it done for free. Yet everybody who works at that charity draws a salary. But they want me to do it for free or at my own expense. If I can do it free, which I can, or I can do it at my own expense, which I can, why can't they do it? It's kind of like somebody's running an event or somebody's making some kind of film and they go, "Well, we can't pay you anything." Well, you're getting paid. You're doing this to make money. You're doing it to make a profit. If you make money, why can't I make money? Now, if you're not making money, well then, no, that's understood. Then you're asking me to extend myself as well. And I can deal with that. But the idea that you don't extend yourself, but you want me to, is like horse feathers. And so I'm a little sour. I've had situations where there's a kid somewhere, a kid who has serious issues, health issues, okay? It's not a money issue at all. It's simply emotions. And I've gone to visit. I've spent time. I've brought things. That's different. That's an individual. That's not giving money to an organization. So my own thought is if I'm going to do something, if I'm going to give something, just because I'm going to be warm and fuzzy and give it, why would I give it to a charity organization, which isn't really a charity, Why wouldn't I just give it away to somebody here online? Why not? So anyway, that was my thought on that. But let's get past that for a second. So this is what somebody sent me. First of all, there's instructions. Let's forget about those. This guy that sent this stuff, his name is Phil. Just Phil. Anyway, so this thing has a magnet on the back, and you stick it on a wall, like the wall you have here. And what's with all the glare? Turn off the glare. Let's see if I put that up here.
See, and to Carlsman 1, how would I get an autographed picture of you, Billy? I want one.
Well, if you look on, gee, this is funny. You know, I never try to get an autographed picture for myself, but if you look on Twitch, I think, am I right, Mr. Concert Cruiser? If you look on Twitch, there's a couple different versions of autographed pictures that are available. Now watch the screen. I think Mario's going to go up. No, he doesn't. I think there's a couple different photos. I think there's 3 different photos that are available. If you go on the Twitch, X page, if you go on the X page and look, let me know, or let Mr. Concert Cruiser know if that's the one or one that you're looking for. If not, we could think of something else, which is a hell of a lot harder because it entails, you know, sending to and from a P.O. box and all that. But anyway, here, let's look at this. Now, it says King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. It says a film by Seth Gordon. And so we're going to get this redone. It's going to say a film by Billy Mitchell, The King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters. and if Seth Gordon or Picture House or New Line Cinema or Turner Broadcasting or Warner Brothers doesn't like it, too bad.
You see, if it was, you put Blumhouse, then you could make it a horror film.
So anyway, I don't know. Is this coming through okay? I don't know what's with the glare.
Yeah, try holding it at an angle there. Yeah, pull it away, a little bit from away from the camera. There you go. There we go. I can see it.
Anyway, so I guess if I do what I'm supposed to do, theoretically it would go like here. Hold on. I get all kinds of stuff in the mail. How about this? Can you read that?
I need to see it first. Remember, there's a lag.
It says Donkey Kong Champ's defamation suit moves forward. So somebody sends me this, kind of like a poster.
Oh yeah, you actually gave me one of those.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Tim Smith says, "Can you tell me how to win at Mappy?"
How do you win at Mappy? I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, what else? More gifts. Oh no, this ain't gifts. Okay, this guy sent me First of all, he wants me to sign something, and he even sent me Sharpies. He even sent me a nice hello, thank you for being wonderful and all that kind of stuff. And then let's see what he has here in the secret pouch. Oh boy. He's got a Topps trading card.
Wow, Topps, not just something that Walter made?
Oh no, this isn't. This was the very first time a video game player, that card, was the very first time a video game player got put on a trading card. They came to visit me at a convention. They sent a notary, and the notary had 200 cards, and the notary had me sign all 200 cards right in front of them, which was cool. Then I gave them one of my ties, American flag ties, and they put it through the wood chipper, as I call it. It isn't wood. They put it through the chipper and made it into like 1,000 pieces, and then those pieces were actually incorporated into the card. So there's a certain amount of cards out there that have pieces of the tie in them.
No kidding.
Yeah. And no, I don't own any of them. I don't own any of these cards. I don't own anything. And ooh.
Let's see here. Tim Smith says, what do you think of arcade one-up machines?
Well, I haven't spent a lot of time playing them. I'll tell you why in a second. I will. But people complain about the joystick, which I'll probably end up playing anyway, and I'll probably just learn how to deal with the joystick. And I get yelled at from my son because he says that if I play the arcade one-up, it's not an original, let's just say Pac-Man machine. It's not an original, and if I play it, all the crybabies in the world are going to have a problem with the fact that I'm playing it, and they're going to say that I'm playing something that isn't real, and they're going to make an issue out of it. And first of all, he's correct. As you know, the crybabies make an issue out of everything.
Indeed.
Yeah, however, when I first brought up the idea, which was back while the lawsuit was going, he was probably correct. I haven't brought it up since then, so I'll bring it up again, and he'll probably say he doesn't care. But yeah, I could do that. I was actually going to go at a grand opening in Crybaby's gonna cry. That's funny. I was going to go to a grand opening where they sell them like in Costco or in Sam's Club. I was going to go to the grand opening, and I was just going to sit there and play it and let there be a little media coverage and a little fanfare and people gather around. I was going to play it and do a kill screen or a perfect score, because whenever there's a grand opening, all the big shots are there out of home office, and some of them I actually know. So it would be neat to have them see that. Some of them know about me, video games, history, fun, fanfare, but actually some of them don't.
Well, I can tell you this. I used to own the Pac-Man arcade one-up. I say used to because I since sold it. Because, yes, I can confirm the joysticks are pretty bad. They are just not that responsive. I'll go to turn a corner, and it doesn't. Pac-Man doesn't turn. And the other thing, too, is that I realize when it comes to games, I'm more of a platformer, kind of like with Donkey Kong here. And I just noticed that there isn't a whole lot of platforming arcade games, or at least ones that are available on one-up.
Good point. But from what I've seen, or a little bit that I've played, um, the the gameplay is authentic. You know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. See, this is a picture of me. If you put in Billy Mitchell, Pac-Man, in the computer in the search engine, it'll pull up Wikipedia. It'll pull up this photo. Now, if you look to my side, you can see just a little bit of yellow where Pac-Man is or was. And this photo is a cropped photo of me with Pac-Man next to me. It was taken in 2014 at the Icon event in Iowa. It was taken by a guy named Bill. And Bill has consistently cried over the years every time somebody uses the photo, because there's the actual photo there.
Uh-huh.
Because he says it's his photo. He says he owns the image. He says no one's allowed to use it. But he used to be fine. He hit the crybaby gas pedal not that long ago. You know. And so he's harassing the convention because they use this photo. So they sent it to me, or they not to me, to my manager, and so now they're using this photo just because they don't want to talk to him. And the truth is that there's okay, the truth is there's a number of other photos where I'm standing there with Pac-Man, but what I did was I forwarded it off to my attorney, you know, which is probably not fun for people. And here's the other Pac-Man photo, so we could use that and just eliminate him, you know, from being a crybaby. And I'm sure he's watching this now, because the crybaby in Ohio watches this. And the attorney wrote, he said, send this. You were granted event access specifically to photograph at the Icon event on the event's behalf. That's correct. I was featured guest and I was one of the organizers. Your images fall under implied license for promotional use by the event and its featured talent. That license is irrevocable and has been relied upon for years. Additionally, my right to publicity prevents you from restricting my use of my own likeness. I will continue to use the images. So, you guys always want to know what's going on in the legal world. That's what's going on. And it means a whole lot of nothing. And the attorney yelled at me a little bit and said, ignore that guy. But I thought I would tell you guys the truth. And believe me, he'll have a whole lot to say.
In both yours and your attorney's opinion, how many would they say these people don't know what the actual laws are?
Oh, nobody knows the law. Nobody. I don't know the law. That's why I got attorneys. Remember, speech is free. Lawyers aren't.
Touche.
Okay, back to the question. What's the secret of playing these games over and over again all these years? It's totally awesome how you do it. Well, there's a little bit of gift from God. I mean, there is. You truly, truly have to play the ones you enjoy. And what I mean is, I don't play games that I really don't like because I don't like playing games that much. I like the challenge of the game. I like the challenge amongst friends. I like the man versus machine. I hate with a passion the first 14 boards. That's the infield in this game. This game, the infield is only about 4 boards. Pac-Man, I'm touching over here. But I think that's one thing. Would you ever do a kill screen on Miss Pac-Man? I am one of very few people who have ever done a kill screen on Pac-Man. My actual high score is 905. No, 904. 500. The secret is actually be good and remember the pattern. The different things on the screen, the different, I don't know what you call it, the different things you see within the game. I don't mean the patterns, of course there are some patterns, but the different functionalities on each board and the characteristics in the movement, yes, you have to know those. But in the end, it comes down to split-second timing. And I mean split-second, like a 60th of a second at times. Billy, have you gotten any good letters lately? Yes, I have. And I'll share those too. They'll just be not as exciting. The Crybaby in Australia is also watching. Yes, it's kind of interesting because they actually have people watching. And it's kind of interesting because we'll do a video or I'll do something or I'll go on a particular site or we'll put out a particular video and everything is positive, 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 positive. It's great. Then, all at once, like the goons are ordered out, all at once, there's 10 negative comments. All at once. It's like shock and awe. How crazy is it for someone to say that they own a photo of you? Yeah, you're correct, but it's his way of being important. And I gotta say that this guy, and again, I don't really discuss people or give names or give anything beyond a first name, but he had bad news in his family a few years back that I felt sorry for the guy. I did. And then he had tragic news that I would never wish on anybody, like within the last year. I mean, to the point I almost reached out and called him and I didn't. So usually that'll sort of change your focus on life. It was horrific. I felt really bad for him. And then today I got this silly news from my manager. Billy sounds like a straight up nice dude. I didn't like the way Carl did those nasty videos. Well, your kind words are appreciated, sir.
How do you keep your hair so perfect?
Hard work. Don't get chumtized. Wasn't Roy using shock and awe? Yeah, I guess he was. The last time I saw Roy was over the summer. We were at Arcades and Love Songs at Mann's Chinese Theater in LA, and he showed up. He showed up there, and he actually went in and watched the movie. He engaged with Walter and the producer. Not necessarily positive. He and I didn't have any engagement, but he did, and there's a little more gossip to it than that, but we'll leave it at that. Billy Mitchell is the Hollywood Hulk Hogan of video games. Yeah, except Hulk Hogan's shorter than me. Not really.
And he's dead.
Amusingly, the link to this live stream ends with a swear word. Wow, I didn't know that.
Really? I gotta check this now.
What's the swear word? Australia?
It literally says F-U-K.
Really? Wow.
I am not making this up.
What do I think of Bitcoin? I think if you got in the beginning, it's probably great. How much higher it'll go from here, I don't know. I know people that have made a lot of money. Oh, Digit says no matter what happens in life, it doesn't give people the right to do low life stuff. Yeah, I guess for some reason you can't always convince people of that, but I see you noticed it. Neil says Hulk Hogan all the way. By the way, Neil's on dope. He's currently on Interstate 10 in the state of Florida, headed west. Destination, San Diego.
Why would he put himself through that?
Wow. The lieutenant says, if anyone hasn't yet seen the YouTube video King of Kong 2, Judgment Day, it's a classic. I don't know if I've seen that. Is that the one way back? Way back. What they did was they took some footage of me from G4, footage that I agreed upon, so I can't complain. I wouldn't complain about that anyway. And they put that video of me, and where they needed additional video, they just had somebody like with a lot of hair to kind of look like me going around, and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger style stuff. And what I mean is, theoretically, I'll see if I can get Jared to get the video here, and we'll play it next stream. What happened was, Billy Mitchell, it's in the future, and Steve Wiebe gets the record. So now, Billy Mitchell comes back in time, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And if he kills Steve Wiebe now, then Steve Wiebe will never have the record and Billy will have it. This is what I think it is. So, Billy comes back. He goes through the phone book, finds Steve Wiebe, and then he goes on a hunt to kill. First guy he sees, he blows him away. First of all, it's a black dude that he blows away. I mean, give me a break. And then he goes looking for other Billy Mitchells. And actually, that's as far as I saw. I don't think I ever saw the end. But it's actually sounds kind of cute. Billy, do I play in television? No. I'd like to tell you I do, but I don't. Do I ever get tired of winning? Well, I don't really know because I'm not sure what it's like to lose. So maybe I'd like it. Are you ever going to visit Wichita, Kansas again? Like to meet you. Actually, Wichita, Kansas, we had a yearly event at Derek Sorrell's place, and it was a charity event, but this was a decent charity. And what it was he used to have this little event to raise some money, but mostly awareness. He used to have it at his house. Now he owns arcades. And what it was it wasn't somebody supposedly doing cancer research. It was somebody, and what they used to advocate for was all these different groups do research for cancer, but they don't necessarily share their research with each other to help further the cause. So what this group used to do, really nice lady, used to do was advocate for the different organizations to share their knowledge in order to help propel the cancer research forward. It was really cool. 2018, 2019, I'm trying to think the last time it was. I don't think it was since COVID, and I'm not saying it got canceled because of COVID. I'm just trying to pin down the last time the year was. But it was Derek Sorrell's. It was very, very decent. It was very kind of him to do. He treated everybody well, and he's a very unselfish guy. But Wichita was cool. So yes, I'd like to see that again. It's so good. Have I seen the movie Relaxer? No, I don't know anything about relaxing. A guy tries to beat the Pac-Man record. My name is mentioned. Oh really? I'll whip his ass. I'd like his name, his address, his attorney's name, and his motive. I'm only kidding, Tim. No, but I haven't seen that. Relaxer. Justin, make sure we have fun with that.
10-4.
Billy's the Bruce Lee of video games. He's the one who brought it all the attention to it. I appreciate that. When I go to an event, I do it myself, and I do it far, far better with Walter. I do. But we go to an event, we always go there, we always take things, we always honor people, people in the local community, people who've made a difference, people who contributed, even if it was back all the way back in the 80s. As Walter describes, what we have here is like a piece of carpet. There are thousands and thousands of strands that interweave in order to create the final picture. Every one of those strands are important, so you want to honor every single person who was a part of that. And so the least important thing I do when I go to these conventions is play games. Interacting with people, having fun, honoring people in their history, that's the most important part. I don't like sounding too philosophical. Don't we have anything nasty here to read?
What have you done to honor me, Billy?
I bought you lunch once. What was your view on Nintendo back in the day? You just never got into the NES home consoles. That's correct. Yeah, I just never did, just because life got busy. But my view on Nintendo was incredible. Naturally, I was able to visit there. Some of the people that I met there, I'm still in contact with today. Some of them work there. Some of them still work there. Some of them have retired from there. And some didn't retire. They just went out to other jobs. Seattle Sid, Robert Rasick, he was probably the only player that I met there. He worked there, and he still plays today. He and I talk about it. We remember it. We agree on the interactings. We disagree on the date, but that's okay. He can win the argument. True, he is the absolute king and inspires me to play my best at every fighting game in the community offline event. Wow, that's really kind. I appreciate that. When am I going on Kino Casino? No. It doesn't work that way. Okay. Matthew plate? I don't go on Kino Casino. Remember that. Kino Casino comes on me. No, they're good guys. First, we're doing a hot sauce that we're putting out with them, which is supposed to be like now. But what happens is they got all these zillion labels in the mail to sign. They sign them. I sign them. Then they go to production. Then the sauce gets produced. So we're in that stage right now. Have I heard the character Billy Mitchell in the UK soap opera EastEnders? Yes, I have. Very, very much. Especially when I go to England. I'm told that the guy wants to meet me. So, friends. I got enough friends. I don't need another friend. Especially one that just got off a banana boat. Aren't you part of the Cuban crime wave? Hey Billy, did that dumb regular show get away with using your likeness? Laws need to be changed. Yes, they did. It wasn't that they used the likeness. I don't care about that. Originally, we had an agreement, and they just reneged on the agreement. So,
what was the agreement?
Money. So, again, when other people make money, I like to make money. Sometimes people don't make money, so I have to, ride with that too.
Yeah, fun fact, people. I actually met one of the voice actors of Regular Show, the guy who does Benson and Muscle Man. And I go to him and said to him, "So, what do you think of Billy Mitchell?" And in his voice from the character from the show is Billy Mitchell's a cheater. And I chuckle, I laugh, I go, he's a friend of mine. Boy, did his face change immediately.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I never had people want to talk to me about that. Okay, did they use Billy's likeness in the movie Pixels? Yes, they did. Um, like I said, I don't have the best opinion of Pixels, but that has to do with more of a bureaucratic stuff. You saw King of Kong 2 and G4, and it takes place in the year 2024. Wow, I never knew that was the year. That's really cool, Owl Creek. Because they chose someone that was 4 foot tall to play me. Yes, that was Peter Dinklage.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, the movie's not that good. Like, there's a few good effects here and there, but everything in the movie feels so phoned in, including, I'm sorry to say this, but Adam Sandler's performance. Kind of kills me because, yeah, I do like the guy. I mean, he's gone back to his stand-up, and it's, I have to admit, it got a laugh out of me.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, he was supposed to be the star, and not that he wasn't. But the guy who stole the show was Peter Dinklage. You know, he did.
Yeah.
And not because he played me. I don't mean it that way. I mean, he's a great actor. You know.
Yeah, his performance came up short.
Yeah, good point. If arcade games were sauces, which game would be the spiciest? I don't know. Maybe Satan's Hollow. Or Sinistar. I don't know. Okay, Christopher says, happy to catch you live. Oh man, that video you posted in response to the haters had me smiling ear to ear. Great stuff. Thanks, bud. The haters, I think he's talking about the emails. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that here, but we're on a roll here.
Yeah, because yeah, I gotta say, your attorney, like, that guy can take a punch.
So it was not because you were mad. They made fun of you. I'm sorry, what am I missing here?
He's talking about the regular show. The cartoon?
Oh, no, I don't care if they make fun of me. Give me a break. I mean, they can make fun of me all they want. I mean, when someone makes fun of you, when someone has a negative reaction to you, all they do is propel your name forward, because 99.9% of the people in the world either don't care or at least don't take things serious. There's about 1% of 1% that are screwballs who get all worked up when somebody uses their photograph that they say belongs to them, or because somebody else gets invited to an event or is a special guest at an event and they're not. I mean, that's like not even 1 in 1,000 people. Firebuster character in Pitbulls just adds to the Billy Mitchell legend. Firebuster. See, I didn't see the movie. Yeah, Chris, I didn't see it. Billy Mitchell is one of my favorite childhood comedioses. Did I meet Peter Dinklage? Actually, no. I've met a lot of people. A lot. More than I can count. But no, I didn't meet him.
Who's the nicest famous guy you ever met?
Billy Mitchell.
I knew you were going to say that.
How did I know that you knew I was going to say that?
Because I just told you.
Good point. All right, stay here for a second, and then we're gonna
Okay.
and then we're gonna hit the start button.
Sounds good.
Okay, we're back.
Alrighty.
Bruce Willis was awesome. He was arguably one of the nicest guys I ever met. However, the only reason why I don't say he was the nicest was because there were so many other guys. Sylvester Stallone was incredible. Actually, I met those two at the same time. Actually, Chuck Norris was really nice too. I didn't have to get rough with the guy, so it worked out okay.
Who would you say was the biggest jerk?
That guy I met at Free Play, Florida. Just kidding.
Let's say you're saying he's famous.
Good point. Hey, can you see the score on the YouTube screen?
Yeah, we got 225,200.
Okay, I didn't know if the camera was right. No, I mean, I've met a lot of jerks, but I kind of don't talk about that. Actually, the world of Hollywood, as we'll call it, it's a nasty, rotten world. I've had people say to me, why don't you move to LA and have an acting career? Because I certainly have opportunities and the knowledge to do it. It is such a nasty world. It's not something anybody should really aspire to. I mean, especially if you have a family. However, that being said, the people, okay, the editors, the associate editors, what we're going to call the little people, those people are really cool, really nice. I can think of the guys from King of Kong. They were great. Those people. The people at the highest level. The people whose names you don't hear. The people who are truly in charge. The people who, they're absolute trash. Oh well. But again, those are the names you never even hear. I don't hear them, so I know you don't hear them. Hey, Lieutenant Niggas, that's good. All right.
Does it actually bother you that so many people know you for just suing people?
No, because they don't know what they're talking about. There's only been one lawsuit associated with video games. Yes, only one. We'll talk more about that in a bit.
Alrighty. People, keep your questions and comments coming.
Remember, I hate the infield. And this game has an infield that's 14 boards.
Let's see here. Michael Trevor says, Billy, when are you going to put down the joystick and run for office? And get the USA the high score.
Boy, if I ran for office, damn, gotta pay better attention. Boy, if I ran for office, oof. And actually, if I reflect back on things, if I reflect back on my experience, my education, I probably would have liked to, if I could see in a crystal ball, alter what I did a little bit that would prepare me to be able to run for office. I find it to be so cool when you're somebody that the system simply cannot corrupt. That is really cool. You know, if you look at certain countries, like Latin American countries, countries you associate with corruption, and again, a lot of it's true. You have you'll have one person come into a position of power, somebody who's truly uncorruptible, and then you have 100 people running around trying to avoid or isolate or contain that one honest person who can disrupt the whole apple cart. That's like really cool. Okay, come on, catch up on questions so I can hit start again. Nobody beats Billy Mitchell. They're just people Billy feels sorry for, and he allows them.
Okay, let's see here. We got one from Christopher Miller. I suggest you put Billy Mitchell live on the TVSKK. Good luck. I have no idea what that is.
Me neither. TVSKK. King of Kong?
Let's see here. Which game is harder for you, Donkey Kong or Pac-Man?
Whichever one I'm playing at the moment. I see. Let's see. Has your hot sauce ever been on the show Hot Ones? No. Have I been on the show Hot Ones? No.
Yeah, you never even actually seen Hot Ones, right?
Right. I've never sat through it. There would actually be a DK cabinet in the Oval Office. Well, you know how Donald Trump is knocking down part of the White House to create that ballroom?
Yeah.
You know, we take part of the White House and we make the KOK room, King of Kong room.
Let's see. After winning your lawsuit from Carl, did you get any harassment?
Did I get any harassment? No. To be honest, I got 1,000 congratulations. And to me directly, I don't think I got any nasty comments. Now, there were comments on different forums and people who covered it. Again, let me be honest with you. I appreciate the kind comments. Most of the people who covered the event, again, these are the people who covered the event, not the people who read what people covered the event said. Most of the people who even covered the event have no idea what the hell they're talking about. I mean, nothing. I mean, none. So they're taking information, let's just call it ignorance, not anything malicious. They're taking ignorance and they're putting it out to people who don't know any better, and worse than that, assume that the people who are reporting on it are doing their research and know what they're talking about. So they're putting a level of trust into it. So there's no answer to that frustration. I don't think that frustration would ever end for me. You know, you go through a learning phase. It's like I've learned without a doubt, absolute fact, there are a certain group of people, there's nothing I can do to help them. Nothing. Zero. And so the idea that I would try is just futile. And no, it's not. It's just stupid that I would even try. I've had somebody ask me a question, just a fair question, and I would explain and even show them the answer to the question, and then their second question is so close to the first question, you would think I never said a word. Goes in one ear and out the other.
Let's see here. Michael Trevor says, did Carl pay you yet?
Okay. Yeah, rename the White House World Record Headquarters. What is this? Digital's going to bed.
Digital, what the heck? Come on, man.
To be honest with you, Carl doesn't pay. He doesn't say, oh, here's a check, Billy Mitchell, what's the date today? He doesn't do that. It all goes through a court bankruptcy trustee who evaluates everything liquidates everything, collects things, puts it into the courtroom or the court trust or whatever you want to call it. So there's actually no interaction between us.
Let's see here.
What is my ethnic roots? I don't
Yes.
I don't have any ethics in case you haven't noticed. My heritage is, I don't want to say it's 100% Irish, but it's a lot of Irish.
Well, it's American now.
Yes, prior to that. Not me, but my aunt, like, traced our lineage. Like, one part of the family came here from Ireland in 1862. Boy, that was a tough time to come to the U.S. And another part I know she traced all the way back to 1802, and it still was continuing from there. You know, because you have your lineage and your family tree, and it breaks down into so many different places. But okay.
Yeah, some of the I'm willing to wager that a lot of your detractors, their family tree is just a pod plant.
Yeah. You talking about El Wacky Weed family?
If not others.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Digital says nobody beats Billy Mitchell. There are just the people Billy feels sorry for that allow him to be on top until he decides not to.
Keep them coming. Son of a whisker. Okay, what do we got here now? More questions.
Well, there's one guy out here named Christopher who says he could fall asleep to your streams.
Okay. Says game on. See, I got this silly damn heart in the bottom right corner, and it always interferes with the bottom comment. Now, if I press the heart, what happens? It gives me a bunch of other options.
Oh yeah. Just these are little emojis there. Just move the cursor away from it.
Nope.
See, the Owl Creek says you look like the William Poole, aka Billy the Butcher from Gangs of New York.
Oh boy. It's like people say, did anyone ever tell you you looked like John Wick? No. John Wick looks like me. John Wick started in 2010. I started long before him.
All jokes aside, how did you come up with that hairstyle?
I just sort of grew into it.
See here, Andy Lurker says, nice hate mail video.
I agree.
See here, Seahorse is asking, Wednesdays instead of Tuesdays now? No, just something came up on Tuesday there, Seahorse. And this is to make up for it. Let's see here. Buffbag says, did you ever play any other games other than DK and Pac-Man? Like Nintendo 64 games like Zelda?
Okay, I'm not saying that's a bad question. However, first of all, let's take it in parts. No, I never played Zelda or anything. I never played anything other than arcade games. However, one of the things that got me recognized in 1984 as Player of the Year and in 1999 as Player of the Century was that I held world records more than anyone else on significant games. And what I mean is in the 1985 edition of Guinness World Records, I had Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Miss Pac-Man, Donkey Kong Jr., Burger Time, Centipede. So all of the world records were on very significant games. I will, when I get a chance here, once again have the world record on Miss Pac-Man. I had a couple of friends who, well, just to be honest with you, they scooted ahead of me on score. And so I'll correct the record on that. And so it's just these are the ones that get the most attention. Namco puts most of their attention into Pac-Man, okay? And Nintendo puts most of their attention into anything that's Mario related. So, and because of that, that's why I put most of my attention here. There's never going to be a lot of attention for Donkey Kong Jr. There just isn't going to be.
Yeah, when it comes to Zelda, I gotta say, for me personally, that's a game that I both like and dislike at the same time. Because it's clear that a lot of work, effort, and detail went into those games. It's no wonder they have such a huge fan base. And yeah, I definitely played a few, and I've liked them. Here's my problem: they're too long, and oftentimes I don't know where I'm supposed to go. It's like, listen, I got shit to do. Can you tell me what I have to do next?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Andy Lurker says, for Miss Pac-Man, is the record just about getting lucky with the random fruits?
That's a really good question. And the short answer is yes. But the real answer is, in order to have the lucky fruit be the factor, you have to be able to play the game to the end. You have to be able to do a kill screen, which only about, I don't know, let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, maybe, if I say there's 6 of us, that's not true. I think there's less, but let's say 6 of us who can play it to the end, who can do a kill screen. So first you have to be that good, and then once you do that, even if you play a perfect game, which some of us have done, and not missed any fruit, you still end up with a different score than each other. And yes, then there's a level of luck at that point. To say that it's just a matter of luck, well, that means anybody could do it.
Let's see here. Buffbag says, which arcade game took the longest to master?
Probably Miss Pac-Man. Miss Pac-Man has the same laws of movement as Pac-Man. It's just that it's it's almost entirely random.
Okay, someone called me Fibulate says I would fire 1,000 albinos into the sun to watch Billy play Dark Souls.
I guess you got to be up to date on everything to know what that comment means, which I know what it means. Come on, how did I hit him? Let me get to start again. So, Andy Lurker, yes, that's actually a good question. The very best players, if they all played to the kill screen, they would have a game where they missed no points or nearly no points. In which case, yes, it would come down to the luck of the fruit. But again, that's for the handful of people who could actually do it. Now, as far as people who can play a perfect score on Pac-Man, and then people who could play a perfect score or a kill screen on Miss Pac-Man, there's about 3 of us.
Let's see here. Christopher Miller says, Billy, I assume you have played Elevator Action. That's a good one.
Yes. Elevator Action. Not only that, but not to be sentimental, but it came out at a time in the market when games were beginning to struggle. Or they weren't beginning to struggle. They were struggling. And the gameplay of Elevator Action was something that was new and different. It wasn't a space game. You know, it wasn't a shoot 'em up game. It wasn't a Pac-Man type or related game. It wasn't a driving game. The idea of Elevator Action was, I remember thinking, wow, that's new.
See here. DM Cathus says, hey Billy, I saw your Nike shoot. There was a photo of Donald Pleasant as a Blofeld on the wall. I like that theme.
Well, I can appreciate that, but I can also appreciate being honest with you. I don't remember seeing that. I'm sure it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Let's see here. DM Cathus is back. He says there's a DVD there's a DVD extra of King of Kong with more from Billy's parents and the old lady who played Hubert.
Again, I'm not somebody who watches the things I'm in, so I didn't see the DVD extra since I didn't even see the movie. But no, a lot of people have spoken about that.
Yes, what can you tell us about that lady? Because I know you know who she is.
Yeah, she was a lady. I had the good fortune of growing up down here where it was the world's largest arcade. It eventually got up to about 1,200 games, and the arcade was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, it just flat out never closed. There was a time when it closed one day from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. It was like a major thing because one day it closed for about 4 hours. And I didn't know why. The owner's wife had died. And so everybody went to the funeral. And outside of that, which we're not going to count, it didn't close forever. Now, we met her in 1983. I was standing there with a friend. We were playing Centipede, and this older lady handed my friend a note with a $5 bill and a paperclip. And it said, "Hi, would you please get me a small soda, bring it to me, and keep the rest of the money for yourself?" Back then, the soda was like $1. And my friend laughed and said, "Sure." And he was just getting a kick out of the fact that there was this much older lady, at the time she was 58, in there playing games with a bunch of us kids. And it turned out she really was that good at Q*bert, and she could just play it as long as she wanted to. And we eventually became friends. And I remember talking to her because she's playing and playing and playing and playing, and she's building up man after man after man after man. And finally I asked her if the men ever roll over, if they ever roll back to zero or anything like that. And she looked at me funny like, "No." And I told her how, because, you know, I played Burger Time. I'd play it for hours. I'd get so many men. I'd get 256 men, and they'd all get erased. And she was like, "Oh my God, that would be horrible." So,
Does
anyway,
Q*bert have a kill screen?
no.
Wow, it literally loops forever.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, look at that score. So we eventually became friends, and then the Electronic Circus came to Boston, and she traveled up there to the Electronic Circus with us. And again, we became friends. She was a gambling old lady. She used to go out on the junkets that went to the Bahamas. And so we started going to the gambling junkets with her.
Yeah, I never quite got why people would gamble. You gotta do something with all that retirement money. Let's see here. Carlsman says, "Hey Billy, have you seen the Totally Obsessed Pac-Man Fred Willard episode?"
No.
Okay, Seahorse says, "A question. Choose between one. Would Mr. Mitchell rather listen to the Roy Schiltz life story dictated by Roy Schiltz or a lifetime ban on eating popcorn?"
Oh, nothing comes between me and my popcorn.
Let's see here. Andy Lurker says, on the DVD extras, Billy's friend tells a story about a Make-A-Wish kid wanting to meet Billy. He said Billy spent all day with him.
That's on the DVD extra?
Yeah.
How can that be? Because that was filmed... That was the Make-A-Wish was after the movie came out. Not much after, but after. Maybe it was just something that they added later.
Well, it's the guy telling a story about it. There's no actual footage of it, as far as I know.
That might be Rob. Yeah, there was a kid. He had every disease in the world. And his dream was to have an arcade. So my friend got the Make-A-Wish Foundation some games, like really cheap, like like 30 cents on the dollar. And so the games were delivered and set up an arcade in his house, in his room, and he was off with his friends or doing whatever he's doing. And then he came home. And when he came home and he walked into his house, and there was an arcade that was set up. There was video games, there was a pinball machine, there was even a claw machine, you know, to win animals. I think there was a jukebox, and he had a whole arcade in his house. And I'm standing in the middle of the arcade, and he's a little guy, and he's looking up at me like I'm some kind of Viking or something, like I was Andre the Giant. And he's just sitting there. He's staring straight up like he was hypnotized, and he didn't say a word. And it was a really cool day. And yeah, he ended up moving away. His family did, going back to Georgia, which I was happy about. His name was Tyson.
Do you know if he's still around?
No, that's why I say I'm glad he moved away, because I don't want to have those memories. I want to remember him as I remembered him. So, yeah, because he had every disease in the world. I remember thinking that he was about 9 years old, and I think he was 14, what I later learned. So, he was a good guy, good kid, and he had fun that day, that's for sure.
Let's see here. Real Square says, favorite 3 films of all time.
See, now I'd be a wise ass and I'd say King of Kong, Chasing Ghosts, and, you know, whatever, you know, all the Billy films. But, well, like, I'd be the kind of guy, I would like, you know, the first 3 Star Wars. I mean, I really would. It's just, I would not at all like, you know, all the Star Wars.
Yeah, Disney severely dropped the ball.
I think, you know, all of the Indiana Jones movies.
Let's see here. Mystic says, ever play Star Wars Arcade?
Yeah, it was a great game. Again, it came out at a great time. It was just the old space fire kind of game that I didn't get intrigued by, although it was a great game. It's just not a game that would hold my interest to play it on an extreme level. Of the games that were modeled after movies, it was certainly arguably one of the best. Here's a funny story for you. So when you play Star Wars, in case you don't know it, Mr. Concert Cruiser, you may not know this, but when you play it, you have to fly, and you're flying down the tunnel, and of course there's, you know, guns, and they're shooting at you, and you have to dodge and avoid the guns, and
Of course.
all that kind of stuff. And if you manage if you do it without firing and you survive it, you get an extra bonus. They call it using the force. If you fire, well, then you fire. You just don't get that bonus. But when the game first came out, like nobody realized that hardly in the arcade. So a guy's sitting there playing, and we're playing it. And as we're playing it, you know, we say, you know, to the person playing it, the guy goes, you know, guy says, okay, I'm going to play a game. And you say, oh, okay, are you going to use the force? And the guy looks at you and he goes, yeah, right. Damn it. You say, are you going to use the force? And he goes, yeah, right. He thought like you were wacky or something.
Well, I mean, it is the arcade scene. There were a lot of wacky people.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Christopher Miller says, Billy, do you have any favorite light gun games? Mine would be House of the Dead.
Okay. The answer would be no. Although I'll tell you my House of the Dead story. So the year is 1999. And I'm being interviewed regarding Perfect Pac-Man. But I'm also being questioned because at the time, everybody was squawking about the violence in video games. And they were talking about congressional meetings where they would discuss the possibility of regulating them. And so I'm sitting here doing an interview at Grand Prix, the world's largest arcade, and I says, first of all, not every game is violent, you know, which is true. The guy's filming me talk, and I says, there are some people who are simply saying that or complaining, you know, kind of like somebody who's a race baiter, you know, just trying to draw attention.
Yes.
I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. And I said, so not every game is violent. And I says, and the truth is that there's less open violence now than, you know, there has been in the past. And all that sounds good. And little did I know, the whole time that I'm trying to advocate for gaming, standing behind me is House of the Dead. You know, and all the, you know, when it plays the track mode and, you know, does what it does. So that's my House of the Dead. I'm sitting here lecturing about how not every game is violent, and you don't have to just look at it as violent. And behind me is House of the Dead is going on. So.
Right back, just gotta use the bathroom.
Hope everything comes out okay. mean, come on.
Alright, DJ Cruiser's back. Let's get back to the comments here. Burger Time is the most violent game ever. Wasting good burger is unforgivable.
Yeah, I'll say. The guy gets peppered the hell out of.
Let's see. Buffbag says, what game do you wish you had gone for a record in but never did?
Oh, maybe Galaga. Galaxian. They're just great games. Again, the gameplay doesn't appeal to me all that much, though. Maybe Junior Pac-Man.
Let's see here. Christopher Miller says, I'm impressed that Billy doesn't swear. My failure in video games gives me such a dirty mouth.
Yeah, that tends to be a video game trait.
I think it's more of a game trait in general, because no matter what type of game you're playing, you lose, you will curse. Let's see here. Andy Lurker. Was picking the Harry Potter pinball machine an inside joke? Sometimes we call him Nosferatu because he's so pale and he burns the sunlight.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That was just a favor to a friend.
Do you even have you even seen the Harry Potter movies?
No.
Let's see here. Lieutenant Mingus. I've seen Billy slap a DK control panel with his giant mitts. Sounded like a thunderclap.
Yeah, if I do it too loud, I'll wake the house.
See, Andy Lurker. Time Crisis is a good game.
Very good game.
Going. What else? Billy, is it hard to run a restaurant and be the top gamer?
No, not at all, actually. the one thing is now, and for a long time now, actually, you know, I'm only ever really there in the morning. Because one thing you'll face is people always want to meet you at the restaurant. Always. Always. They go, oh man, I wanted to go to your restaurant. When are you there? Well, what? It's still there even when I'm not there. So that's probably the only thing.
I've been to one location, and I gotta say, it looks like a topless bar.
From the inside?
From the outside, because there's no windows.
That's so the stalkers can't look in at us.
Yeah, they don't want to see Ricky's good stuff.
Yeah, the Miami Herald called it sleazingly charming.
Seriously?
Yeah.
It was cool. Let's see here. DM Catalyst says it was cool you were defending video games against people who say they're too violent. Gamers don't have a good spokesman who speak well.
Yeah, I had to explain, you know, they talk about people who were, you know, breaking in places and stealing money to go play games. And I said, so do you think those people were breaking in, stealing money for other reasons prior to video games? You know, I mean, and that's true. In one sense, though, I did argue the fact that, you know, the idea that we can't entertain young people without violence. It's like with the world of Hollywood. You know, everything is like sex and violence. The idea that we can't entertain young people without that, let's just say violence, is flat out stupid. It's ignorant. That's true. But the only thing more ignorant than that is the idea that if somehow we eliminate violence from video games and movies, that we would somehow eliminate violence from society. That is more ridiculous. And that's exactly what I said to them.
Is there a violent video game you enjoy watching?
I don't know, this is pretty violent. I mean, a monkey's throwing vicious stuff down and the guy goes after things with a hammer. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Mario kind of looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know.
Let's see here. Christopher Miller's back. My dream stream would be Billy Mitchell plays Fortnite Zero Build. It's the easiest online shooter due to a young age of players. And the idea of Billy winning at Fortnite is next level, in my opinion.
Man, how the hell does that guy get away so fast?
Let's see here. See, no windows is what I call a dive bar. You gotta have the dank, whatever that means.
Yeah, the dive.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. I mean, you got a popcorn machine there for free popcorn. I mean, that you can't beat that.
Yeah. Well, you know, popcorn is my addiction. So to have free popcorn is great. I'd hate to think that my addiction would be lobster, then we'd be giving away free lobster.
Let's see here. Deconstructionist says, did Billy like Wolfenstein 3D or Doom?
I'd say no strong opinion either way.
Let's see here. Seahorse. We already answered this, but it's worth going over again. Seahorse asks, "Does Billy have any live events he will be attending in the near future?"
Yes. Holiday Matsui in Orlando. December 19, 20, 21. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It'll be awesome. And there'll be, I think, 3 other game players there. The most notable is Justin Wong. Justin is a great guy that I did an event with in the past. Neil, are you out there? Double Neil.
Is he ever?
Guy's on dope.
Comes from upbringing.
Yeah. His parents are probably on dope too.
Did Billy like Berserk? That was my favorite arcade game in the 80s.
Yes, Berserk was awesome. And the total randomness of Berserk was one of the best features of it.
Let's see. Billy, do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Absolutely.
Let's see here. Oh, there's Neil. He says Wong is a badass at Street Fighter.
Yeah. He actually, don't ask me how because I'm not going to share it with you, but he actually played a part, a positive part for me in the Twin Galaxies lawsuit.
How?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm not going to tell you how. But he was very appreciated.
Let's see here. Do you ever get hand pain or cramps while playing?
Never. Never, never, never. Because while you're playing, literally you're exercising. Your body doesn't break down from movement. Your body breaks down from a lack of movement.
I mean, there's always mastering your joystick, so.
See, I take chances, and chances lead to death. If I don't take any chances, the odds of death are minimal.
Was Altered Beast an arcade machine?
Yes.
What'd you think of that game?
Not much.
Yeah, that's generally what I hear about the Sega Genesis port. I wasn't sure if the arcade cabinet was any different. Let's see here. Remember Joel West going for the Berserk record at Kong Off?
Yeah, except he was going for the Frenzy record. Frenzy is just like Berserk. It was a very similar game. And which Kong Off are you speaking of? The person who's asking the question?
Yeah, Lieutenant Mingus.
Yeah, ask him Which calling off are you speaking of? Sounds like the original calling off in New Jersey.
See, calling off 1.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. He always had the dream of being the first player to play a game, a marathon, and achieving 100 hours. But oh boy, we're down to our last man.
Uh-oh. Now, I remember a while ago you once said no one ever asks you hard interview questions. What do you consider to be a hard question?
A question where they did their research. They know what they're talking about.
See?
And they're prepared for a follow-up.
I can see that.
Because basically nobody ever prepares for an interview. What else we got?
Let's
Yes.
see.
Lieutenant Mingus, yes. Calling off 1. So at calling off 1, this is a question. See, this is what I like to do. I turn the tide on the lieutenant here. At calling off 1, excuse me, it's not called calling off 1, it's called the calling off. So my mistake. At calling off, who was the first player to hit a kill screen? That's the question for the lieutenant.
See here. Sean Thiem, you're the king, Billy.
Thank you kindly, sir. Well, Steve didn't win, and Hank did not have to leave early. Eric Howard, you are correct, sir. Wait a minute. That doesn't come from the lieutenant. That comes from Seahorse. And are some of these people Googling some of these answers?
It wouldn't surprise me. That's how a lot of people cheat.
Yeah. Hank had to leave early. He didn't have to leave early. He didn't leave early. He just should have left early. You noticed I hit the start button again, so we'll see what happens. What's the bottom question say?
Let's hear. Yes, I Googled it, Billy.
Okay. Well, there's honesty for you.
You rarely get that these days.
No, it's like when I ask a question, and I ask the question, and because like I want to give something away. I gotta ask a question that's like that's too hard to find. The answer on Google. It's really hard.
I remember watching Arcades and Love Songs. You actually call up a friend to ask him, what does Google it mean?
Oh yeah, well that was back in the day. But he was a geek to the point, he worked at a computer store. Back before computers were computers. That was before Al Gore invented the internet. You know how that works.
Let's see here. Christopher Miller says, Billy, do you have a favorite old TV sitcom? Mine would be All in the Family or maybe Married with Children.
Yeah, no, those would be good choices, I'd say, because, the sarcasm was fun.
Let's see here. DM Catha says, please confirm that Michael Keaton was the best Batman and Jack Nicholson was the best Joker.
Absolutely.
Nah, the best Batman was Adam West. Yeah, I have a soft spot for the Adam West Batman series because, yeah, I like Batman, don't get me wrong, but no matter which iteration of the character you look at, tone-wise, it's all the same. But Adam West was the only one that got to be different. And Adam always considered his version of the character the Bright Knight. And I think that's actually a really interesting way of looking at it.
Well, some stuff is stupid. I mean, Batgirl or Catwoman or whatever the hell it is.
It was in the comics.
And that's like,
let's see.
That's like somebody's like desire to be politically correct.
Well, hey, they had a villain called King Tut.
It's like they came out with the Honeymooners. And the show was the Honeymooners. It was black. That's just dumb. That's not Jackie Gleason. It's like having Good Times. Family growing up in the ghetto. And then you have a bunch of white dudes. Yeah, but that's not Good Times.
Those are manic times. Let's see here. Your favorite Breaking Bad character?
Well, when you hang out with the video game players, it's not Breaking Bad, it's Breaking Wind. You get the impression I didn't watch much TV?
I get that feeling.
Yeah. I didn't listen to the radio either.
You don't say.
Imagine that, listening to the radio. I don't even know.
What kind of an idiot does that?
Yeah, like I don't even know if you know how to operate a radio.
You turn the dial?
Yeah, how do you turn it on? Most people don't know how to do that. How about a record player?
You drop the needle on?
Yeah.
Okay, someone please do a Batman AI video with Billy Mitchell as Robin. not doing it. See, Michelle Pfeiffer looked good in that Catwoman costume.
Yeah.
Now, for me personally, my favorite Catwoman, and I'm not saying it's because of the performance, I'm saying it's because of what she did after, was Halle Berry. Because she was in that movie Catwoman, and it bombed right after she won an award for Best Actress, and she accepts a Razzie Award, which is this award you get for like the worst movies. And she got up there and she was roasting everyone. She was hilarious in this acceptance speech, to the point where I'm like, where everyone at the end gave her a standing ovation. I'm like, she earned that, damn it. Let's see here. Lieutenant Mingus says Walter Day is Alfred. If anything, Neil is Robin.
Neil is Robin. Neil is Batboy.
Or as you call him, Decoy.
Yeah.
I'm probably the police chief.
Man, where's Jared? No Jared tonight. Carl Jobs is the Joker.
No, I'd say he's the asshole.
Billy Mitchell is never a sidekick. No, he's a kick-ass.
Okay, so if you really only listen to AM radio, what do you listen on AM radio?
Well, I just listen to the news if I listened.
So what, you just drive in total silence?
Yeah. Not total silence. Sometimes I talk to myself.
What's he like?
Pretty scary.
Yeah, sounds like a grade A asshole.
I don't know about the grade A stuff.
Grade B?
Somewhere in there.
Let's see here. Seahorse says, silence is golden. Yeah, but it can get boring. That's really something you say when you have like little kids running around.
No, that's something they say in the movie theater.
This is true too. Who was the guy who streamed DK while playing metal?
While playing metal.
Wasn't me.
Stream DKY playing metal. I don't know. Sounds like that acid trip and stuff. Come on, we got to get out of the infield. Carl Jobs is poison ivy. Wow.
Well, every time he comes up, he's always irritating. So.
Look at that score. Luckily, the bonus is going to change what the score says.
So does bonus score drop every second?
I don't know what that means.
Lieutenant Mingus says Fountain. Dave McCrary was the guy.
Was the guy what?
Who played Metal Wall Street in the UK.
Oh, I didn't know that, really. He's a good guy. I last saw Dave McCreary at Calling Off 3. I liked him because he used to bring his wife along. She was nice. He wasn't quite as weird as the rest of the players. But that was the last one I saw him at Calling Off 3. I think he was the last one I said bye to when I left, because I left early. Man, that was a horrible event.
How so?
Well, they were fighting. The upper guys were fighting, upset with each other. I don't mean fighting, just totally dismissive of each other. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's go to hate mail. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. This was kind of neat. Now, if you saw the hate mail video that's on my YouTube, then you've seen and you've heard of this one here. There's quite a stack of this. A certain amount were used during that particular video. There's a whole bunch more left. But let's put this up here. This one was from Joseph, and it's the first one on the YouTube video. And he sent it to the lawyers. The reason why he sent it to the lawyers, I'll give you the background, is because what would happen is Carl would post stuff on the internet trying to sensationalize things, trying to create more drama. That was something that really backfired with him, with the judge. But he would do that, and he would purposely, when he put it up there, he wouldn't block out the attorneys' names or anything. So the attorneys started getting harassment. They started getting harassing emails and voicemails and things like that. It was the very first time in my illustrious career that I had an attorney actually say that he would like to sue that guy, and he was going to look to see if he had an angle to sue him. And I wanted him to, but he chose not to. He just stepped back and acted professional, which always stinks. You know?
Yeah, I can see it. It could be a buzzkill.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, at 11:09 p.m. Australia time, he sent this to the lawyers. Of course, his name is Joseph, and his email is here and his phone number is here, because he sent it from his work computer. Imagine that. I mean, first of all, the subject line of your contact for validates as if it were a phone number. Tell the sand N-word you hired to make this shitty WordPress site to fix that. Anyway, what kind of effing... It's a K word that is a racial epithet of Jewish people. So, what kind of effing K would take on Billy Mitchell as a client to harass a fucking YouTuber? I hope you both get raped to death by a pack of N-words. It says who the email is sent from. That's why I say it came from his employers. This person was a supporter of Carl that sent the email after he launched his GoFundMe. So he launched his GoFundMe, and this guy was a supporter of him. It says, yeah, he sent it from his email, and behavior like this could get your employer sued. And I'm the last guy you want to give an angle to like that. But something that somebody noticed here is that Carl has the KKK on his side because he doesn't like the sand, S words, sand N words, excuse me. And it definitely comes from somebody of a certain mentality. But that was Joseph. So again, I'll read it all the way through. Joseph says, first of all, the subject line of your contact for validates as if it were a phone number. Tell that sand N you hired to make this shitty WordPress site to fix that. Anyway, what kind of an effing K would take on Billy Mitchell as a client to harass a fucking YouTuber? I hope both of you get raped to death by a pack of N-words.
Doesn't he sound lovely?
Wow. He says, I'm not going to be a good winner. Yeah, the judge loved that one. I kind of what was going through his mind. I mean, the trial's going to start later in the year, and he does that video in February. But as one YouTuber once said, and Mr. Concert Cruiser, you'll recognize this. He says, I think Carl will ultimately lose because he simply cannot shut up. So,
boy, how right he was.
Okay, let's see what our comments are about this, and then I'll see what I can add to it.
You got some good ones here.
Okay, it says, I was shocked that Carl made those crazy allegations. Yeah, me too. What the heck? Oh man, he made more. He made more that we haven't even discussed. Hey, he says, I'm not going to be a good winner. Yeah, the judge loved that. See, the judge said what he said, and that's fine. And you guys, or many of you guys, saw the video. And if not, you can go watch the video where the judge spoke. You have to realize that when judge gave his written opinion, he gave 118 pages, I think. 118 pages of the opinion. 118 pages. You got a hard time just reading 118 pages, and he wrote it. And of course, that's one reason why it took so long. But it was to really drive home his opinion. So, what do we got here? Most of Carl's videos were pretty good, but obviously he made a fatal error. Yeah. You know what that's like? I respect what you say, I do. But it's kind of like, okay, think about Abraham Lincoln. Think about Mrs. Lincoln. She says, other than the one incident, I enjoyed the show immensely. Yeah.
Did she actually say that?
No, but imagine if she said that. That's kind of what we're saying about Carl. Well, his videos were pretty cool, other than the one tangent he ran off on in the corner. I guess you're right. So, okay, wow, what disgraceful words. Very true. Carl always made those dumb wrestling videos of beating you in the ring before the trial. It would have been juicy after you won to make your own video of pinning him for the win. Yeah, we actually talked about doing something like that, but we were of the opinion that the judge really didn't like those things, and so we decided not to do it. Quite honestly, after the trial, not after the decision, after the trial, before the written opinion or decision, we knew we were going to win. It wasn't even close. To be honest, it wasn't even close before the trial. It was never close to being close. It was almost just stupid. And, we were here, and prior to going to Australia, we're saying to each other, me and my son, man, we're not really going, are we? Well, you say, of course you're going to go. Why wouldn't you? No, he's not really going to walk into court on this, is he? It was crazy. It was delusional. And because it wasn't close. It wasn't close to being close.
If anything, what I thought was more delusional was the fact that Snaggletooth was there with them.
Yeah, I knew he was there because I smelled him when I got off the airplane.
I know, but jokes aside, it's like, dude, you're an American. You flew all the way out here. You're not even involved in you still flew all the way down under.
Yeah, well, you cut out, so I don't know where you went. All right, let me keep reading. Oh, the guy must be fun at parties. Hey, Lieutenant, when you say that, he must be fun at parties. I'll tell you why I'm asking this question, but first I want to give you the opportunity to answer this. That line, the guy must be fun at parties. What do you mean by that, or where do you pull that line from? And I'll tell you why I asked the question afterwards. Hey, Billy, I just uncovered my child NES along with Intellivisions still with the box and the Radio Shack version of Intellivision. Anyway, the win over Carl is gold. Thank you kindly, sir. one day, hopefully, people will hold themselves accountable online. Chris, that would be awesome. Oh, imagine that. Because, you know, one thing, like in school, that is a problem, or has been a problem, or still is a problem, is like bullying. That's true. I've come to learn that having kids and coaching football and things like that. The thing about online, there's the opposite of bullying. People say what they want, they do what they want, they make up what they want, they instigate what they want because they have no fear of accountability. So you're right. So, no, accountable on. I fear it will only come with some sort of government assigned identity number. Ooh. The judge opinion was legendary. Yes, it was. What many of you wouldn't know is after the judge's decision, okay, Carl being so delusional, he took the opinion and he went to King's Counsel. For those of you who don't know, if you're in Australia, you do know. But King's Counsel is the highest level of respected attorneys. Not many attorneys reach that level. Our attorney was King's Counsel. His attorneys were not. But he took their opinion to King's Counsel and presented to them saying that he wanted to appeal this decision. Obviously, he didn't like the judge's decision, and King's Counsel reviewed the opinion and said it was rock solid, that they wouldn't take on the case because it's not a case where they could win the appeal. So, yeah, the judge's opinion was legendary. The idea that he streamed it, the attorney told me that most of the time the judge simply writes up his opinion and he'll either just email it or he'll say, yeah, I'm going to have my opinion on, Monday the 12th at 9:30 a.m. And the judge and the attorneys are there and each one of them gets handed an opinion and it's over. The idea that he streamed it was incredible, and I don't know if he streamed it as a reaction to the fact that everything about the trial was the fact of what everything Carl said on the stream. Again, I don't know if that's the case. It makes me wonder if it's the case, and perhaps it was. What I do know was after being at the trial for seven days the first time, I think, and then like 3 days the next time, I think, because it was broken up. Well, I wanted to come back for the decision, but you never know when the decision's going to come. And they said, no, we're just going to get word a day ahead of time to be in court the next day that he's going to have the decision. So, Bill, you don't have any time to come back here, because I wanted to be seated there to watch it or to listen to him or to get the opinion. But we heard like almost a week in advance that the judge said, I'm going to announce my opinion at 9 a.m. at this time or whatever, this day, whatever it was. Well, again, had I known that he was going to announce, he was going to give some window of time, then I would have been ready or prepared to book something to go there, to be there again. But that didn't happen. Okay, where we at here? Carl's ego about being some great hero instead of just being a YouTuber is what got him in it. Michelle, I think you really, really, really know your stuff.
Another shocking thing too is that even after the verdict was read and Carl was found guilty, is how many people still believe him? Because again, some of the commenters on the Holly Matsuri announcements said like, "Oh, well, he's still a cheater," and and the only reason why Twin Galaxy sells because their attorney fumbled the case. And I asked him, literally, this happened today. I asked him, says who? Yeah, or this guy says, oh, Carl Jobs said. Like, okay, so do you see the problem here? The guy who lied about the case and e-bagged his entire crowd for money for a second lawsuit that was never coming, and you're still trusting his word. Didn't get a reply back from that guy.
Correct. He took over $500,000 of people's money, okay, based upon, let me be kind, based upon the falsehood. Yes, he took over $500,000. I mean, some people argue that you should go to jail for doing something like that. There's just certain things in the world that I laugh at. And one is, if I did that, I would. I'd go to jail. Something would go wrong. Okay? If I walked in a 7-Eleven and grabbed $200 out of the register and ran out the door, a robbery, I'd get 5 years in jail. Other people do it. They've been arrested 22 times and they never go to jail. So I think about it. There's certain people who say what they say, they do what they do, and somehow nothing sticks to them. That's just crazy. Okay, let me see. Double spaced. I don't know what double spaced means. It's got a question mark. Is Carl still working? Yes, he's working. His videos do not garner near the amount of numbers they do, and YouTube has stopped recommending his videos to people. So financially, he's taken a hit. I don't wish that on anybody. I simply have the observations I have and the reports that come back to me.
And not to mention, I mean, he's even still going after the completionist. He did like a 4-hour video on him.
Yeah, well, you could sum it up by saying the completionist is being investigated by the Justice Department. Okay, Carl nor no one else in the world is smarter or more thorough than the Justice Department. Now, when the Justice Department comes back, if they say he's guilty, if they say he's not guilty, they will have crossed every T, dotted every I, looked under every stone. But somehow somebody's going to think that they're smarter than the Justice Department. It's really, really annoying. And I think,
yeah, it is. I mean, it's like a Candace Owens.
Yeah, and I think you're going to be surprised. But RS Matrix, I don't know what double space means, so maybe you can clarify that. Haha, Billy got me with that quote. Haha. Hey, which quote? I think I know the one you mean. Because I've said a couple of quotes here. I can't believe the judge wasn't convinced by that guy that was farting into the microphone. It was funny now. Prior, knowing that guy was coming on, we're across the street on break because the lawyer's office is right across the street from the courthouse. And he said, I'm going to start the video by that guy farting into the microphone. And I just thought, oh gosh. And pretty much, almost without exception, every one of those guys walked right into the fire. The attorney knew exactly what he was doing, exactly how he was questioning, exactly everything, and they walked right into the fire. There wasn't any surprises. Now, I gotta say, there were some people, boy, this will shock you, I'm gonna say some kind things. Some people simply went up there and simply answered questions. I have no ill will whatsoever towards them. They answered questions, okay? They answered questions without passion, simply given facts. It'll shock you. Jeremy Young simply walked up there and told the truth the best he knew it. Nothing he said was actually extreme for either side. Paulo's brother, that was really sad. He simply answered questions to the best of his ability. Okay? These guys I speak of, they didn't stretch the truth, they didn't do anything. They just answered questions. It was a shame that they were even put in that uncomfortable position. And probably some people online are surprised that I'm saying those kind words about those guys, but that's the truth. I've discussed that in detail with my son. Okay. I'm talking about the guy who emailed your lawyer. See, sometimes I say something and then the response comes and I don't get to it later, so I kind of get lost in it. Billy, big fan. Met you at Arcade Monsters in Orlando years ago. Yes, sir. We were there in 2018 or 19. So I appreciate that very much. Opposing counsel seem to think that your reputation couldn't be hurt due to Donkey Kong allegations. I think what Carl said was worse than that. Yes, Andy, I agree. The judge agreed with you, and they continually tried to present. No, they had the opportunity to present the allegations about Donkey Kong, Pac-Man cheating, lying, whatever they wanted to. If they could convince somebody of that, then it would wreck my credibility. Not only did that not work, it wasn't even tried, hardly. Like the red joystick, that never came up once. It never even came up in the paperwork, much less in the trial. But it plays well on YouTube. It'll create sensationalism, it'll create viewership, it'll create conversation, it'll put money in your pocket on YouTube. It just doesn't mean anything in the real world.
Did the MAME accusation come up during the deposition?
No, none. No, well, there was no deposition for Australia.
So, well, I mean, like with the Twin Galaxies, I'm assuming they brought up the whole MAME thing.
No, they brought up other stuff, but again, it didn't make its way into the courtroom because it's great to sensationalize. They could ask questions and they could create videos off it. As far as the opposing counsel, there you have an attorney. That's who you work with in the office. That's who you put together information. You put together your so-called case, your facts. The one who presents it in court, who stands up and talks, that's a higher level. That's a barrister. In the U.S., I guess it'd be like, gee, I have an attorney, and then I have a trial lawyer. That's kind of an example. But again, a barrister is different. You have a lawyer, and then the barrister is hired by the lawyer. As far as the lawyer we had was great, and the barrister we had was even greater. It really was. However, when we go over to Carl's, I don't have anything negative to say about his barrister. His barrister was ethical. He would not lie. He was a barrister, a trial lawyer with a very difficult case and a very difficult client. He did his best, and nothing to be taken away from the guy. What I'm saying is he would not act unprofessionally, unethically. He would not lie. Okay, I paid him that compliment. I do not feel that way about Carl's attorneys. Okay, they did do things that were unethical. Okay, they did do things that would, could, and should get any attorney in trouble. So I don't have that opinion of them. Okay, Carl is not allowed to stop working. His income this year has to be the same as last year or have a problem with the trustee. That is correct. Wow.
How do you feel?
I tell you this. I tell you this. DM Cathis knows their stuff.
How do you feel about Carl moving it, like giving everything to his wife so that he doesn't have to pay you?
That isn't what happened. You've been watching too many YouTube videos. That's not what happened at all. If he did that, he'd go to jail. I should let DM Cathis answer this. What happened is, if it's an asset that he and his wife own together, like a house, the wife doesn't lose her equity in the house. First of all, whoever owns the mortgage, let's just say it's Bank of Australia, okay, they are in the first seat as far as a debtor. I mean, as far as a creditor. They're in the first seat and they're entitled to their money. So if something's worth $2 million and they're owed $1 million, they get their $1 million no matter what. Then the $1 million that is left that is in equity, if half of it belongs to his wife, $500,000, she gets to keep that $500,000. The other $500,000 gets turned over to the trustee. Now, in order for the wife to stay in the house, if she chooses to, okay, she could liquidate. But if she chooses to, she goes back to the Bank of Australia or whoever it is and refinances, okay, and it's simply under her name, and the $500,000 that Carl had in equity goes over to the trustee who puts it into the court trust account because it's part of the bankruptcy. Carl loses everything. Everything. His wife does not. She's not a part of it. So he doesn't move it to his wife's name. So now he lives in his house, the house that is in his wife's name. She's the only one with any equity in it. And if she sells the house, she takes the money. I think she's from Hong Kong. If she sells the house, takes the money, if she gives him a boot in the ass, she leaves with all the money and he goes to the soup kitchen. She hasn't lost anything. He's lost everything. So when he says, gee, the house is only in my wife's name, yes, it is, because it was taken away from him. So you are watching too many videos. Okay. Okay, thanks for your attention so far tonight, Billy. And DJ, that's you. I consider you a legend. So it's pretty far out. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Oh, really? I wonder if... So Lieutenant says to DM Cathis, who seems to be the knowledgeable one, oh, really? That's interesting. I wonder if he has the same viewer base. I stopped watching him after the Billy case. Well, his videos, I don't know. Am I wrong? Are his videos... And I don't know. I'm only going by what I'm told. And, of course, that's a dangerous thing. Are his videos running about a third of what they were, I was told? I don't know that that's true. I know there's a counter that shows the viewership, not the viewership, the subscription, and they show it going down in the negative because somebody sent me a picture of it. So people say, oh, did you see this? Did you look at... Man, I don't have to look at anything. People send me crap all the time, even when I tell them not to. So... Was that the happiest you ever felt after winning the suit? No, the happiest I ever felt was when my kids were born. But outside of that, I knew we were going to win. Like I said, it was never even close. And it's funny, I used to see friends. I'd go to California because I had to meet with somebody, or I meet with an attorney. I stay at a friend's house, and my friend has friends that I'm friends with as well. And whenever I was there, they would come by and say hi, and we'd talk about stuff or go to dinner. And my friend said to me, he goes, "Man," he goes, "I only know what I see online." And I says, "Yeah." He goes, "I don't know. I mean, I think you're getting hammered. You're getting smoked. You're done." And I would just laugh and I go, "Yeah, well, that's what happens online." I says, "But that doesn't work in the courtroom." And of course it didn't. It was never close to being close. Not the Carl case and not the Twin Galaxies case. It was never even close. The thing that was close, was the idea it had to get to court. People do this stuff because there's nothing anybody can do about it. Because it is so ridiculously difficult and so ridiculously expensive to get it into court. It is. That's why it hardly ever happens. And that was the difficult part. But of course, by that time, the court date is set and all that. By that time, we're going there. We are. To be honest, if for some reason, everything went wrong here, if I didn't have money, if I couldn't fulfill things with the attorneys, if the attorneys tried to pull out at that point, the judge would step on them and tell them no. So, I mean, it wasn't scary at that point. But going there and getting off the plane was very surreal. It was like, wow, are we really here? And my son said to me, he said to me, he goes, "Did you ever think we'd make it here?" He knew, and I didn't. He was picking on me. And I go, "Man, I just can't believe we're walking into this." And he said, "Yeah." And I couldn't believe we were walking into this because he didn't have a prayer. It was never close. In reality, in the judge's view, in the legal view, in the courtroom view, it was never close. In the world of social media, he had the upper hand the whole time. Let me see. Carl is lying to the trustee. He says his viewership decreased, so he'll earn less. The trustee is actively disputing it. Yeah, well, in the courtroom, he was asked by our attorney, and he was asked directly by the judge. Directly. He was asked, what is your viewership on this video? What is your viewership on that video? And his answers were not answers. How much money did you make on this video? He didn't give an answer. Because there's more than just the money you make on viewership. You make money off advertising. You make money off sponsors. I think the main video in question, the damaging one, I think it's had like 600,000 views. I actually don't know how many views it had, so I'm pulling that number out of a hat, and I shouldn't. The views got him 7,000 some odd dollars. How much he got from sponsorship and ad revenue and such, we don't know. I think it was safe to say that video was over 10,000, but he wouldn't answer the judge. And I'm sitting there in court, and he wouldn't give a straight answer. Oh, well, depends. There's a lot of factors. And I mean, he just wouldn't give a straight answer. And I sat there, and I said to my son, I go, how does he think that answer is going to work with the judge? All it's going to do is infuriate the judge. Someone doesn't give you a straight answer. I mean, I don't know what to say. That was quite incredible. Oh, let me see. Was it hard trying to sleep the night you won? Man, you got some good questions here. I was here. It was at night. It was 10 o'clock at night, I think, here, because it was 9 a.m. there. And where my son was, it was 9 a.m. And he was watching, and the judge went about one paragraph into it. I don't know how long. It was quick. Maybe it was one paragraph, maybe it was a little more. And my son texted, "We won." And I mean, I wanted to hear more. And I was off in my own world, listening a little. And my wife was listening, on the stream. So we actually weren't all together. But the thing that happens is, as you say, was it hard to sleep? So then it's all over. The judge is all done reading. Okay, then, now it's midnight, it's later, and all these text messages are pounding back and forth from friends. And, of course, I try to answer everybody. And then it's just human nature. Okay, I wish the judge did it like so it was Friday night here, but it was Sunday night here is what it was. And then my wife has 1,000 things to say, and then she has 1,000 questions. And in all fairness, I got 1,000 things to say and 1,000 questions. So yeah, the idea, you don't sleep because you're not restless. Because you're restless, you don't sleep because there's too much going on in your mind. Did Jobs ever speak to you man to man after the case and apologize? Never, ever, ever, never. And I purposely wanted to protect myself when I was there at the trial. I made sure, for example, when I went into the bathroom, I made sure I knew where he was so that he wasn't in there, and then he and I are in there alone, and who knows what gets said or done or accused. And one time I went to go in the bathroom, and I didn't know where he was, and I just had the feeling he was in the bathroom. And I stood outside away from the bathroom for a couple of minutes, and sure as heck he walked out.
This was Carl?
Yeah.
Wow.
Another time I went in the bathroom, and unfortunately, Snaggletooth was in there. And I should have known he was in there because it smelled like the bathroom before I got there.
What's your history with him? Because how did he get involved in all this?
Oh, Matrix, I apologize. I said, if I said it was 180 pages, it was 118 pages, I think. It was not 180. It's either 100 or it was either 110 or 118, not 180. No, not double spaced. Yeah, you're right. I would have done that in high school too. Yeah, see, Jaded McSwag, you're correct. And Mr. Concert Cruiser, you're correct. He portrayed it as though, okay, I lost, and now here I put everything in my wife's name. Yahoo, yippee, nobody gets anything. It doesn't work that way. And apparently Mr. E.M. Cathis knows their stuff, because absolutely positively he lost everything. Everything. Okay? I mean, one of the reasons why we went to Australia was it's not like here. Here in the U.S., at least in most states, if you get sued, you can just quietly stay in your house. They can take all your stuff. They can't take your house, and you can squeak by. It's not like that. And okay, they can take your house. Um, I mean, they can take any inheritance you got. They can take anything. When you lose there, you lose, and that's one of the reasons why we went there. You don't think it would have been easier to do it here? It would have been. See, I could, and I'm not going to. I could sit there and go through his videos, and I could go paragraph by paragraph and show and easily explain how he's lying. I probably couldn't do it as well as DM Cathis, but I could. Um, it goes further. Um, it even goes further than what we're saying with him losing the equity. And I don't want to say anything more than that, but because it's still ongoing. But it goes further than that. His conduct, his claims, and everything else. Just like DM Cathis says, he's claiming that, he's not getting any money. Of course, he's claiming that. It's like somebody evading taxes. But it's hard to understand too, because I have people say, "Oh, Billy doesn't have anything. Oh, Billy's broke. Oh, Billy's the one who's bankrupt." Yet I have people saying, "Oh, Billy bribed the judge. Billy bribed Guinness. Billy bribed Namco." How can I be bribing all these people if I don't have any money? And think about it. Um, Guinness is a $6 billion company. How do you think I could bribe them? Who do you think I am? Okay, DM Cassis. Let me see. Your comments are always good. Carl has lost a lot. Being bankrupt means the government chases him for the money. Billy doesn't have to chase him. Yeah, you're right. They do all the work. He's right, man. This guy knows his stuff. He's like a bankruptcy attorney or something. These are all the questions that I asked long ago. Billy, with the events that happened with Carl, both while he was putting together his poor case and after trial, do these controversies hurt you or add to your popularity stock? Well, they definitely add to the popularity. Whether it's all positive or negative depends. And it certainly has been more positive. I mean, way overboard. Um, does that mean I'd rather he just went away? Of course I would have. I mean, as soon as I was going to say, and I'm wrong, as soon as he realized he was wrong, because we showed him the evidence, because a trusted third party that both of us trust told him he was incorrect, okay? Because he received information from our attorney that he was incorrect, and all he did was double down. As the judge says, it was like, the hell with the consequences, full steam ahead. But that wouldn't be exactly accurate, because again, what nobody knows, everybody pretends like, most people pretend like they know, and nobody knows, is that was in May. Okay? The tragedy that happened with Apollo happened in December. Okay? 2 YouTubers, and I didn't know it at the time, 2 YouTubers absolutely pounded the hell out of him. Bullied and pounded the hell out of him. I mean, they did. And a third YouTuber named Carl Jobs was preparing to do it. He had his information prepared, and he was going to launch it. But tragedy struck before then, and Carl never did do that, although he was prepared to do that. The 2 friends had already done it. So now in December, you wait 5 months until May, and you put together a case, okay, against somebody, me, who's dealing with negativity on the internet, and you take it and you twist it all and you blame it on me, and everybody reflects in my direction and forgets all of the pounding and bullying that came from Carl's other two friends. So he had it planned all the way along. So that was sad. That was really sad. So again, going back to your question, because I ran off a bit. Yeah, he put together his case, and again, you say poor case, and you're correct, but he's pounding out these videos, which the judge was shocked. I was on the stand when the judge said, "You keep saying videos. How many videos are there?" And I says, "Well," I said, I count 21. I says, "There's one I can't find." I said, "It could be 22." And he said, "Okay." So I think in order to check the relevance of it, I think the judge eventually watched all 22 or 21, which had to infuriate him. It had to, because he saw the level of deception and the idea that, you know, Carl took all those people's money by talking about cheating. His poor case controversy. I'm sorry, Pierre Boone. I don't want to not answer your question. That's why I keep going back to the events that happened. His poor case. Do these controversy hurt you or add to your popularity? Yeah, they add to my popularity. They do. They do. But yeah, they hurt me as well, because most people don't know all the facts. I guess that's the way to answer your question. Carl's average viewership may have slightly decreased, but he's releasing more videos. So overall, the numbers are the same. Wow, Andy, I appreciate that. Income is the same. He lost about 30 to 50,000 subscribers out of 1 million. Yeah, you're right. I guess if you lost that small amount and all you do is put out an extra video and you make up the income. Man, there's some landmines here that I'm not allowed to talk about, but yeah, he's got problems. 30 to 50,000 realized they were lied to. Jobs mostly makes videos about stuff that other people already cover in depth. Yeah, to be honest, I haven't watched his video, so his most recent video on Logan Paul, dead horse topic to cover. You know, I kind of wonder, he makes videos about people like Elon Musk or even Logan Paul. Man, if he had this much trouble with little old me, what does he think would happen if those guys decided to challenge him? Oh. Jaden McSwag, yeah, I have no money after bribing everybody. That's funny. Yeah, the hot sauce money. Who is Snaggletooth? Snaggletooth is a guy from the U.S. who has dedicated his life to following me, to writing about me, to bashing me. He's dedicated his life. He has nothing. He doesn't have a pot to piss in, and that's no kidding. He doesn't have a window to throw it out of. I mean, he's got zip. I mean, he looks like hell. He talks like hell. He smells like hell. And he lies through his tooth. And so we call him Snaggletooth. And what he did was he had a fundraiser here saying, hey, I want to go cover the trial. And people donated money to him for his plane ticket to go down to Australia to cover the trial. Okay, however, there's the cost of hotels. Forget the cost of food. There's the cost of hotels. a little bit of additional transportation. It's very, very, very difficult to believe that Carl or his counsel, let me leave myself open here, did not give him additional dollars for him to go down there. And the reason why they would have given him additional dollars to go down there is he brought with him 400 pages illegal, 400 illegal pages from the California court that were under protective order that the court ordered not to be released. And he got them, okay, from a very, very unethical attorney in California. He had them in his hand and he brought them to Australia. And the day the trial started, that very day, somebody in Carl's office says, "Oh, we have some trial papers here we'd like to add. Okay, these are publicly available, so we got them." And the judge took them, and there was a little debate as to whether or not they should be allowed in. And the judge ultimately allowed them in, which I'm glad he did, very glad he did. And all of those pages, all of that illegal paperwork, it all amounted to absolutely nothing. As you heard from the judge's ruling, Carl got hammered. But people paid money for Snaggletooth to go down there and to do that questionable activity. Questionable nothing, it was illegal. What can I tell you? The guy, what could I tell you?
Was he even involved in the arcade scene?
No, I don't recall him being involved in the arcade scene. I don't even recall. I don't ever recall meeting him, and maybe I did. Yeah. He saw the smugness. Yes, that's correct. I believe he smoked. I believe J.D. McSwag. I believe the judge spoke of that. So. Woo. You think you know who Snaggletooth is? Yeah, I think you do too. The guy is so sick, he would love for me to mention his name. Okay, so Joss 7451. The Snaggletooth name sounds like those guys who tried to clean your windshield at the stoplight with a dirty rag for money. Yeah, it does sound that way, although he's not quite as clean and tidy as they are. Yeah, Snaggletooth, he was the one that snitched to the judge about me texting my son in court. A couple of things. They took my phone. They said, "Can we examine it all the way through?" And I said, "Yeah," and they did. And they examined it all the way through, and they examined, I mean, they had the right to go in, or I guess they had the right. It didn't matter. I volunteered it that they could go into anything. First of all, I don't have WhatsApp on my phone, but they could have, or Messenger or whatever. I just have text messages. And so they saw the messages. But what was interesting was online, Snaggletooth indicated, "I saw Billy texting his son, telling him what was going on in court." Later on, he said, "I was so frustrated because although I was sitting there, I wasn't sitting close enough to see who he was texting and what he was saying." So he kind of like forgot what he said. But anyway, what's really cool is right now, because my IT guy is really smart, right now there's a couple of hardcore haters who don't care about the truth. They'll just ignore the truth because it's quite inconvenient. And they're on here right now listening. And let me tell you, they're on their edge of their seat. They want me to give them something.
What are you talking about? I'm lying in my bed. But I'm
Yeah. What was the paperwork supposed to be? Oh, the paperwork was paperwork from the California court. What happened was our witnesses were being harassed. They were really being harassed. They were being texted and called at night and on the weekends and at their jobs. Everything. Their, you know, their religion, everything. I mean, the judge in California was infuriated. There were witnesses who openly told us, you know, gee, Billy, I love you, but I'm sorry, I can't help you. No, I have a family. These people are badgering. I mean, they said all kinds of stuff. They absolutely were making an effort to throw the case, and they were doing very good. And finally, and the way it was happening was, these people were getting this information from a very unethical attorney and his client, okay, and they would get the information, and then they would know how to harass people, and we were able to show that to the judge. So the judge put everything under protective order. It's not allowed to be spoken to except attorney to attorney, client to client. And they still violated it to some degree. They got their hands slapped. There would have absolutely been a suspension or disbarment had the case continued. That's why they wanted it to be settled, you know, because they didn't want anybody to have to face that. And so sometimes on the line here, you'll hear me say something, and I'll say, oh, I'm not supposed to speak of that. It's under protective order. And sometimes you hear me say, I don't care. They can take me back to court. So nobody wants to go to court with me. Because I don't care what's economically feasible. I just go there to win, you know. But but that's what was in the paperwork. Okay, geez, I'm trying to give some examples here. Examples that I can give. What was in the paperwork? Oh, and it was selectively what was in the paperwork too. Okay, copies of depositions that are under protective order. Well, the one thing they questioned me on was, they said, well, you know, in California, they said, well, what about Carl Jobs? I says, what about him? I says, how about his impact? And I says, he doesn't have any impact. He doesn't mean anything. And he said, oh, okay. 2 hours later in the deposition, he said, well, he says, you say this is hurting you, and yeah, and he says, he said these accusations are hurting you, and I said yes. And what they did is they pieced together 2 hours earlier with 2 hours later, and said, you just said that Carl Jobs doesn't mean anything, that he's not hurting you, but now here you're saying that yes, the accusations hurt you. So you're contradicting yourself, you're lying, they're trying to wreck credibility. And so I had to say no. 2 hours earlier, they were questioning me about the case in California, which he has nothing to do with, Carl has nothing to do with. Then 2 hours later, they're questioning me, okay, in regards to reputation, you know, and credibility as a person. Yes, Carl has everything to do with that. And so I had to clarify that in the courtroom, and I clarified it very well, or my barrister did, because he knows what he's doing. But they took the paperwork and they absolutely tried to manipulate it like that. In the judge's decision, he spoke of it very clearly. He understood it very clearly. And again, the idea that it's 2 hours apart in a deposition and you try to stitch it together at that point is like incredible. Okay. Okay, let me see where we at. I'm sorry I don't give short answers. What was the paperwork supposed to be? That's the one I just did. Thank you for the explanation. Aren't speedrunners cheaters? Doesn't it work both ways? Probably. Yeah, don't give him the satisfaction. Yeah, you're talking about Snaggletooth. Snaggletooth disputed Todd's time in barnstorming, said it was impossible. Then Snaggletooth himself claimed a faster time. Not so impossible when he does it himself. No, you're very wow, Andy, you know your stuff, man. I always say, forgive me, but I always say, because people don't know what the hell they're talking about. No, people think they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And that's not all, you know what you're talking about. Okay? The DM Cathis, man, he knows what he's talking about. So that's the apology in advance. All these speedrunners break games and brag about it, but demonize you. Well, the thing is, if somebody wants to explain it to me here, okay, because they couldn't explain it in court, explain to me how it is you cheat on an arcade game. Okay, they're not on computers. Okay, they're not emulators. When you're standing there and you're playing an arcade game and there's people standing around you, okay, besides the fact that there's managers, there's technicians, there's engineers, okay, there's the media, there's the public, and most of all, the most knowledgeable people in the world, there's other game players. Just explain to me how that's remotely possible. How could it happen? Let's pretend it happens. How could we pretend it happens if we wanted to make it happen? There was never an answer for that. All these speedrunners, wow. Talk about your all-time backfires. Yeah, you're right. Super Captain, you're right. Okay, Cathis. Ever believe the conspiracy that Snaggletooth or another hater was Mo46 or an anonymous hater on Reddit who started the whole rumor? Yes, I know that Snaggletooth was one of the people. He was one of the people on Reddit who first said that there was money and pressure against Apollo. He was one of the original ones, whether, there were more people than that, but he was one of the people who suggested it. Absolutely. And I know this because Carl's attorney attempted to present that in court and it wasn't allowed. It wasn't allowed because in Australia, unlike here, they don't do depositions there. In Australia, you have to present everything you're going to put at trial, everything, complete disclosure. And if you don't put it, you're not allowed to put it in trial. So as soon as it was brought up, our barrister objected and said it wasn't pleaded. And the judge said it wasn't pleaded. So the judge went through the folder of all of the evidence in that area, and he said, yeah. He said, it's not here. He said, no, you can't present that. But I saw it pop up on the screen. I saw it there when our attorney objected, and then it got pulled down. So, of course, the people who were there, trying to narrate the trial and present it online, they talked as though it didn't get taken down, as though it really was evidence, just because they had an agenda. I don't know if I answered that right, Mr. Cathis. Wow, they snuck your deposition in from California at the last minute, and Carl had the nerve to bring that up in his video. Yeah. No, that's exactly what happened. There was more than that too. I'm sitting here trying to think about what I can talk about without making too many waves. Because believe me, I want to make waves, and I will. You guys will be really entertained here. Um, it's
Well, when can you make those waves?
whenever I say I don't give a damn, and when I say that, which isn't nice to say, um, what happens is when you violate the protective order, you get fined. The other side takes you to court, and the judge gets mad as hell at you, and the judge makes you pay money. I'm gonna bet, and I'm gonna bet that none of those people want to go back into court with me. None of the California people. No way. They're just gonna have to write another check. So, and because they violated the protective order also. So, that's all. Let's see. Wow. So they snuck in your deposition from California last minute, and Carl had the nerve to bring that up in his video. Yeah, he did. Gummy substance on the board. Yeah, maybe. We need a book to come out at some point, Billy. Yeah, but you got to write it. I'll just verify it. Is there an expiration date on the protective order, or is it indefinite? No, I guess at some point you can go back in and you can ask the judge to lift the protective order. So, I got to say, Twin Galaxies will never, ever, ever, ever amount to anything, ever. There is not a single, not one manufacturer, and I know the manufacturers, okay, and I speak to manufacturers. There is not one manufacturer who gives them any credibility, who will, he won't give them any credibility, will not rely on them for any information or work with them in any way. None. Zero. Zip. Zingo. None. As far as Guinness, okay, here's something for you. As far as Guinness and Guinness World Records, they have not done any business or communicated with Twin Galaxies in any business manner since 2015. You heard me right, 2015. The idea that they took the accusations or took the conclusions of Twin Galaxies and followed suit, okay, and took the scores down is an absolute lie, as per Guinness. I said it. Never, ever will Twin Galaxies ever be graced with a relationship with Guinness again. And believe me, if there's a change in management, if there's a change in anything, I'll be right there to make sure that whoever's new knows the same truth. I don't blame you. I was dragged by my ex, yet the accusations were unfounded. Thus I was acquitted. That acquittal letter sits proudly in my home. I went. Okay. We're supposed to be playing video games here.
Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, if it's too late to play video games, it's too late to talk about this stuff.
Hey, you're the player. I'm just the DJ.
Yeah. So, yeah. Let me see here. I appreciate that, Carolina Collector. Super Chris. Yeah, I kind of feel the fact that I wasn't there to listen to the judge read it, yeah, that kind of stunk. But it would not have made any difference. It would have just cost X amount of dollars to do. But the question is, would I have paid that much money for the satisfaction I would have to sit there and hear it? Yes, I would have. Actually, at the last minute, I was going to fly there. It's crazy. You leave here on, I don't know, man. You leave here like on Friday night, and you get there like on Monday morning, or maybe it's Saturday night, and you get there on Monday morning, like at 4 a.m. If there's no delays. I would have gotten to the airport at 4 a.m. I probably would have got through customs by 5 a.m. Okay, I would have then just went to the courthouse and sat there. It would have started at 9 a.m. I would have listened to it. I probably would have had lunch with the attorney, and I would have flown back that day. Yes, I actually had that lined up to do at one point, and I didn't obviously do it. Now, I had the idea to do that at one point. I obviously didn't do it, but the idea that I wasn't there, yeah, that was kind of cheated. And the thing that I would have done is, let me describe the courtroom. You walk in the door, there's about 3 rows of seats, all the way from the left, all the way to right, about 3 rows, and they're all the way to the left and all the way to the right, about 3 deep. Well, the right side has about 5 seats. 5 seats in front of that, 5 seats in front of that. The left has about 15 seats, maybe 12 to the left. And I was always seated way to the left. And Carl was always seated way to the right. And he'd be in the front of the 3 rows. And what I would have done, which I did with one witness, is I stood at the door. I stood at the door, so when they walked out of the courtroom, I stood right there and I could look them in the eye all the way through. I obviously kept my hands at my side. I didn't make any stupid gestures. I didn't say a word. I did nothing. I just gave them that absolute stare. And so I think if I was there, that's exactly what I would have done with Carl. And I don't know that that would have been smart. I just think that's what was on my mind at the time. That's where I wanted to be. But you don't always get what you want. Oh. Lizzie Barr, thank you very much. Justin.
Yes?
You got to stop with the noise.
What noise did I make?
It's coming through like a microphone. That.
All right, then.
No, there's microphones in the background and all that. Just mute the phone. Okay, we go back to Mr. Andy, who seems to know everything. I remember you beating the disputed scores live on stream. The haters don't like people bringing that up, you know. That was brought up in Australia. So, it was brought up by me, though. Yeah, it's funny. They say, you didn't get that score. You're not that good. You can't get that score. You'll never get that score. You never did get that score. You never will get that score. I got the score. Well, let me go through it. When I started playing again, first of all, not many people know this. My son made me start playing again. I wasn't gonna. He set up the stream. He set up Twitch. He said he was home for the summer. He said we're gonna stream. I said, I ain't streaming. Get lost. And he said, yeah, we are. I said, no. So he starts streaming, but he's my son, and he's home from school, and I like to spend time with him. So okay, I went over. he was playing. Okay, so I started playing. All right, I got 1,000,000 points 3 times in 1 week. 2 of them went out on the stream. The other one was recorded, so it didn't go out. And then it was like news all over the place. Billy Mitchell, 1,000,000 points. Ooh, 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 everybody's. And then they said, well, he got 1,000,000, but he didn't get the 1,047. Okay, so then I played. I got 1,047. I got it at an event on somebody else's equipment, streamed live in front of people. So, and I stopped it at 1,047. I could have went a little higher. Well, that was one score. Well, okay, well, the next disputed score was 1,050,000 once again. Okay, I played. I got that score. I did it at a venue on their equipment, streamed live, people all over the place, and I stopped it on 1,050,000. I mean, I could have went a little higher again. And so then the last score would be, those are the two that were actually disputed. Then the last one was 1,062,000, and I played, and I was going to stop at 1,062,000, except my son was going to hit me, and he said to go higher, so I got 1,092,000, and so that's a higher score than any score that was ever disputed. And I don't know, for some reason the haters don't think it matters. But if I played and I messed up and came up short, they sure thought that mattered. Okay, then I went down to Australia. Oh, that came up at trial too. I went to Australia. I played in the Donkey Kong World Championship. I absolutely came in first place. I whipped ass. Again, there's good people there too. There's just a crybaby or two. And it went really good. And I don't know. Like you say, they don't like it when you bring that up. Carolina Collector, yes, that is awful. Did you do anything in Australia like sightseeing? When we were there, we did absolutely zero for sightseeing, me and my son. Then I went back for the second part of the trial alone. Again, I did absolutely nothing, zilch. The food is atrocious. The best food I had was Kentucky Fried Chicken. It was bad, okay? But when I went there for the Donkey Kong World Championships, I mean, they treated he treated us like gold, okay? First of all, they paid our way there. They paid me an appearance, which was nice, okay? They paid for our hotel and transportation and everything. They paid me the prize money, which my son took, which is okay. And then when the event was over for 2 days, they run us around to different sightseeing stuff. So that part was really cool. And then that was 2019. And then 4 years later, he went to court and testified against me. It just didn't go so well for him, that's all. As far as docs and videos we're working on, yeah, there are a couple. The trouble is, like, during all that happened in California and in Australia, the different companies that were contacting, and first of all, I don't talk to anybody. My manager does. I wouldn't even know what to talk about. But they constantly just wanted to do stuff about courtroom stuff, which would not have been appropriate. And real serious people too, like the people who made Duck Dynasty, that producer. I mean, those are like serious people. So which one of these will actually come to be, I don't have the answer for. But you got to realize that there's people who contact you and they say, oh, well, we're going to make a good film here, and we're going to straighten everything out and clear the air, and we're going to fix Billy's reputation. And my attitude is, what do you want to fix it for? It works pretty good for me right now. You know, I'm sorry if that's a bad attitude. That's my attitude. And you always hear the same line. Brace yourself. Here's the line. Well, we're gonna do this, and you know, it doesn't really pay much, but it's not about the money. Yes, it is. It's about the money. When you're a guy, you got a wife, you got 3 kids, you got a home and bills. Yeah, it's about the money. Let's talk about the money first. If you don't want to talk about the money, well, then we'll just forget it. We'll go watch a football game. It's always the same thing. There was another one. They presented us with a script, and the script was, okay, just think about me, right or wrong, good or bad, like me or not. Just think about my personality. The script starts off with me on an airplane. I'm on an airplane, and I'm sitting there, and I'm all upset. You can see it in my face, I'm all upset. And I'm like this, you know. The plane lands. You can clearly see that it lands in the Pacific Northwest. You can tell by the scenery. And I get in a cab. I take a cab to this nice house. And I get out of the cab. And I knock on the door. And you know, I got this distraught look on my face. You know. Guy opens the door. And it's Steve Wiebe. And he goes, Billy, what's going on? Steve, can you help me get my scores back? I said, whoa. That's enough. That's the end. We're done. Click. I mean, give me a break. Can you see me doing that? That was really somebody's script. Okay, you schmealed them out of the way. Hey Billy, is Wednesday now instead of Tuesday? I don't know. I say Tuesday. The logic of Tuesday was when I do an event and I come back in town, I can't do Monday. Sometimes I don't come back till Monday. Sometimes when I go to an event, a big event that happens or starts on a Friday, sometimes they even start on Thursday, or the point is I leave by Wednesday. So that's why Tuesday was picked, no other reason. And maybe Wednesday's better, so we'll see. Watch you put up 800,000 while hosting an event and entertaining a room. Ability is not in doubt. Well, Mr. Lieutenant, thank you kindly. Trying to think of what event that would be. Actually, there's a few that it could be. You struck out your own kid. Yeah. That was something that didn't go too well in Australia. We're talking about the Australian Kong Off, and I came in first place. Yay. A good guy, a hard worker, a good attitude. Yay, a real team player. Well, my son came in third. He came in third because I knocked him out of the competition. I don't know. I don't know if that went so good. That might not go over so well with the judge. Yeah, that's like, you have the father-son baseball game and you strike your kid out. So, speaking of appearances, do you still do them? And have you been to Minnesota? Been to Minnesota, is it once or twice? But at the Mall of the Americas, we presented the Minnesota Lottery was doing the Pac-Man scratch-off lottery. And so I was the one who introduced it at the mall in Minneapolis. And plus we filmed something called Chasing Games. So yes. And do I still do events? Yeah, there's an event this month, Orlando, 19, 20, 21. Next year is supposed to go to France, supposed to go to Japan, supposed to go back to England. I'm supposed to go to Berlin. How about that? And I won't lie to you, I don't think I can do all these just because life happens. We'll see what happens. Does your son do any Donkey Kong and Pac-Man? At the World Championship, he came in third in Donkey Kong. The only reason why he came in third was because he and I were in the semifinals, and I played and beat him. So he was out, and then I had to play another guy for the finals. If he had played the guy for the finals, he would have beaten him, so he would have come in second. But it's he does no, he doesn't play Pac-Man at all. But you know, he plays everything on the Xbox, every home system, and he can beat me in any and every single game. So yeah, actually he can beat anybody. But with the arcade game, he'll play him for a little while, then he gets bored, so he'll do something else. Okay. Jared's not here, so we can't rate anybody. Okay. So every time I see you guys, I think every time we do this, I'll try to read a hate mail. Justin, you got to unmute your phone. Yeah, this one was from Joseph. So.
Unmuted.
Anyway, sir, I guess you should say hi and bye to everybody.
Oh, you're cutting it?
Man, come on, I gotta go to sleep.
We were just getting started.
There's a lot of people that need hot sauce.
Yeah, including me.
Okay, let me see what we got here. Tony Wells, must have felt good not only to win, but to have everyone know how bad a person Carl is and turn on him. See, you were right all the way along. Vindication. All the toxic YouTubers making hate videos is awful. I appreciate your kind words, Tom, very much. Alrighty. Anybody, everybody. Thank you very much.